Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let me start. So that's pretty much the I guess our starting point would be, I mean, of course, everyone knows, yeah, we're raised to think that we live on a globe Earth in the heliocentric system, the solar system, and it's such a common belief that it feels so real to many people until you start to actually question it and test it for yourself. So to start off, we want anyone who thinks that there's even a possibility that they live on a globe, Earth in the solar system, on a planet, all these things. Maybe like, what is the reason? Like, what is something that you experience with your senses in your life that would lead you to actually think that that's like a possibility? And we'll start there, and then later on, I'm hoping we could get into some more specifics as to why we think the Earth is flat. So let's just start there. Why would it be a globe? Like, what do we think? What do we experience? Because some people just say it's common sense. It makes sense. Well, which senses are we referring to when we say this? And that's the typical response, I mean,
Right.
hopefully
So
people are thinking.
Are we talking about senses? So do I have like a globe receptor?
Well, what else do we have? We only really have our senses. We have our intuition.
We have our senses. We also have science, and we have hypotheses and we have predictions.
Right, but ultimately, who's doing the science? It's going to be human beings, right?
Yeah.
So we're limited to our senses. Of course, science gives us a way of kind of cross-checking with our hypotheses, and I think that's what's so great about the scientific method. It's an ongoing process, and you're constantly testing new things, and you're trying. It's all built around falsification. So I think science is a useful tool. A common misconception is that flat earthers, they don't understand science, or they don't believe in science. They deny science deniers. So we're not coming from that perspective at all. So I agree. But at the end of the day, we only have 5 senses, and even if we're using scientific equipment, we're still perceiving everything through our senses. So what else? How do we perceive globe if not through our senses? Is there another way, maybe?
I don't know what to tell you. You're bringing up something that's, I've never had this conversation that
Right.
If we have a globe sense.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so
right, and a flat horizon. When you look at the horizon, the word horizon, horizontal, you see a horizontal line, and it's flat, from our perspective. Now, people want to say, oh, well, the Earth is so big and we're so small, and that's great. But why would we think that it's anything other than what we see? And that's kind of the question that I'm putting out there to any, globe believers.
just a second, I'm getting an image.
Yeah, I mean, because it's interesting because we're in a server that talks about beliefs, and the globe, it feels so real to many people, but what more so than convincing people that the earth is flat, we just want to show people that even if you do believe in the globe, it is a belief. And what do we have other than belief, to justify it as anything other than just a belief? Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah.
All right, so here, let me give a little bit of evidence for the globe. So here's a picture of Santiago, Chile.
Okay, where are we looking?
In the chat.
Oh, because we're using Helioskeptics chat. I don't know.
Helioskeptics chat. I'm getting the image. Just give me a second.
Okay, sure.
I can't see the channel.
Yeah, so for anyone listening, like, we're trying to figure out how we know the Earth is a globe using our personal experiences. And so, was it Lil Juicy's going to post an image?
Let me try to get a better file. I don't know why it's being so glitchy on my laptop.
My brother went to Chile. I don't know if he went to Santiago, but he had a great time out there.
Can't say I've been.
Yeah, I'd love to go to South America someday. Take some ayahuasca or something. No, I'm just kidding. Isn't that what you do out there?
Give me a minute. My laptop's being buggy with downloads. I'll get this image in a second.
Skeptic. Hello. But you got a killer ass voice, man. You feel like a cinema voice. Can you say coming to a town near you in your voice?
Spoiler alert. In a world that's flat.
All right, so here's a good piece of first evidence for some globe.
That's a cool
Here's a picture of Santiago, Chile. The mountain ranges you see in the back is the Tupungato Mountains, which are about 6,500 meters tall, or 21,000 feet. The tower you see at the front that seems to be as tall as the mountain is the Grand Torre of Santiago, which is about 300 meters tall, which this image right here shows a little bit of drop, because if the mountain range, if it was on a flat plane, then easily you would have seen the tower below the mountains, right? It's a first piece of evidence. Can you dispute it?
Yeah. Okay, so my question would be, wait, are you saying on a flat Earth perspective doesn't exist? I'm confused.
Right.
How have you accounted for perspective? Like, are you taking that into account? I didn't really hear you mention it.
Okay. So what does perspective have to do with this?
Well, do you know what perspective is?
Yes, I know.
So when you're viewing things through any type of optical device, including your eyes, which are essentially just lenses, you're viewing in perspective. So things that are further are going to get smaller. So I don't see what you would expect on a globe that, what I don't get how this would prove a globe. I mean, it just looks flat.
This looks flat.
It just looks, yeah. Right. Another thing is usually when we do these types of site observations, we need a little bit more information about the altitude of the observer. We don't really have any of that kind of information. So we don't know the distance to the mountains, the distance to the tower. You know what I mean? So you'd be able to calculate, if you want, using the basic perspective, and you'd be able to figure out if that's, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to do a little bit of work to make that into a proof for something.
Can I ask why you would need this? What calculations you're going to make with this?
Oh no, I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying if you want to develop this into a evidence for something, you'd need a little bit more data about the actual image. I don't really think this is a definitive proof for anything, really.
It's supposed to be definitive proof. It's just supposed to be some form of evidence because I'm kind of low on time and I gotta go soon.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, it's a dope photo. I'm not going to deny that. It's a really cool looking thing.
Okay. Well, I have made my claim with it, and you haven't really disputed it other than saying,
well, he was going to say what we said. Yeah, we did say a few things. One, I think it's not really a complete piece of evidence because you don't really know where it was taken from, how it was taken, the camera, the zoom. Yeah.
But then you said that the perspective changes how it looks, so...
Yeah, well, I was asking you how you took perspective into account, and you didn't really seem to think it was relevant. So that also being said, that it doesn't really feel like this is a convincing or complete piece of evidence. So I'm just trying to help you maybe get more, if you want to develop it, that's what you would have to do.
Honest, I don't really. I gotta go soon.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it's not going to convince us either way. I mean, we're going to get into hardcore.
I've been around these servers for long enough to know.
Right.
Okay. No matter what anyone says, you guys aren't going to get convinced.
Yeah, but if you're interested, we are going to discuss reasons why we are convinced in the flat Earth. So,
Something like 12,000 kilometers, I think. 6,300 is the radius I had. I was thinking diameter.
Yeah, the only thing that we would like for people to do is just question what they're told and question what they're taught. If you go out and look for yourself, try to falsify flat Earth, try to go find the curvature, try to prove that it's a globe. Because honestly, I don't know if you're aware, but the majority, I would say probably 80% of all flat earthers, that's how they became flat earthers, thinking it was a joke and coming into it to disprove it.
I can confirm that personally, because like I was only 15 and I thought it was the dumbest thing.
Yeah, I kind of put it in a category with like aliens. I thought people that just believed in that stuff, it was crazy. And I knew about flat Earth for a few months, probably even like about 6 months before I actually looked into it for real. I just thought it was like one of those crazy things that crazy people believe in.
Mitty,
So-
sorry.
Yeah.
First of all, hi.
Hey, what up?
It's been a while since we've actually like voiced like simultaneously, but what like actually convinced you? Like, what was like the very first thing that made you be like, "Oh, this is it"? Type of
Well,
thing.
see, before you do that, can I? Because little Juicy Vert said that he was getting ready to go, and he was the one posting the photo, right? And well, I was just one because I missed it. I was away, and I'm trying to figure out what that photo is supposed to validate.
Right, so the mountain range in the background is 6,500 meters tall. In the building, you see the one that's kind of going over the camera's view is the Grand Torre, which is 300 meters tall. From the view, if we are on a flat, what I'm trying to say is if we were on a flat Earth, the mountains would be way higher than the building, because that just makes sense.
Well, first of all, did you take this photo? Is this an actual real life photo? Or is
No, I took it off the internet. I have not been to Chile.
Yeah, because I mean, it doesn't even look like an actual photo. First, I would need, like, even you, like, if you're gonna use it for that, you would probably need to validate that it is an actual photo because it kind of doesn't look like one. But I mean, aside from that, still, it looks to me, it looks like those whatever they're supposed to be, those carts are coming from a really, really high position and then going down to a lower position, which would put you at at a different angle. So it would be the angle of the view or whatever that would make a big difference in it. But there's no way to even test it. It's like it doesn't even really look like a photo. I just wanted to ask just to make sure what you were trying to claim with this photo. So thanks for
I gotta go.
that.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, but go ahead, C. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get that from him before he left.
Oh yeah, no, that was fine. C asked me a question about like what really sealed the deal for me, and for me, really, it did take a few months of like really thinking about it hard and debating with myself, but also watching a lot of the debates, like the Nathan Oakley channel. I was really watching frequently a lot in the beginning because I wanted to hear both sides. I didn't just want to watch flat Earth videos all day and get like re-indoctrinated into another belief. I wanted to know like the truth. And I think it was, I have to say, the moment that stands out in my mind was D Marble did a laser test. It was only about 10 miles, but it just doing the math and knowing how you shouldn't have seen that laser. And it was just clear. I mean, and the way he reacted to it, like he just knew. He was like, this is it, guys. This is, we're like, it's game over. They got nothing for this. And of course they came up with, there were a whole bunch of rebuttals to all those things. But I think that was the moment where I was like, nah, this is not adding up. When I did the math and I saw that 10-mile laser test from D Marble. And then after that, I've seen, 20-mile, 25-mile laser tests. So, I mean, I've seen even better laser tests since then, the FE Core and the Dr. John D and a bunch of others. So, but just, the laser test, I think, really is just it's hard to mess with that. So there you go.
He doesn't talk at all. Yeah, he's just been listening for a year.
Wait, what am I talking about? No, I don't believe in flat Earth. I'm just listening. No, I'm just listening. I'm listening.
Media, I'm posting the things that you mentioned.
You're wrong.
Oh, thank you, Truth.
So other people can grab them if they want.
Wait, so you believe in the flat Earth, right?
Not really
Skeptic?
believe.
Skeptic? Yeah, so
You're wrong.
you believe that it's flat, right? So okay, so what are those? Okay, so
You are wrong.
So
though.
you know that those other planets are angels, right?
Could be.
No, I know, but what the people? Yeah, but what people describe as Saturn, right? You know, those are angels. Also, you're not Christian. You don't believe in God or Jesus. You're just a flat earth. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the flat Earth. I mean, the flat Earth comes from the Bible, right? So it's all connected. I mean, it's in the verse. I'd rather be a round earther than be a flat earther that doesn't even believe in God. Because what's the point?
Both of your standpoints on
Like you don't even believe that. Like, okay, so what's the universe then?
both of your
You don't
standpoints
even believe in
are
heaven.
wrong.
All right, let me step in with it. Yeah.
Wait, what did you say, Cameron? You said something about Ron being wrong about flat Earth.
So both of their standpoints on the Earth are wrong.
And how do you know this?
Well, I'm an inverse earther. If you know what that means.
Yeah, let me say that because I was going to say this anyway, and this kind of ties into the inverse Earth. So, like, there's a difference between the things that we can prove, we can demonstrate. You know, we have, like I said, laser tests. You know, there's physical measurements that show that the Earth doesn't have any curvature. So there's we try to differentiate those things from some of our beliefs, like the planets are angels. Like that sounds actually somewhat plausible. It makes when you start getting into the luminaries, and it makes sense for sure, but I can't prove that. I might subscribe to it. You see the difference?
Can I?
You get, man.
I have some proof of my ideology if I can get access to the channel, because I think I'm locked from it. I don't know. Is the channel?
You're not locked from anything. You can go to the Helioskeptic chat, but to post images, you have to upvote the server on top.gg. Yeah, you did say that right.
Helio, Paula said that someone in the YouTube chat says that they can't hear.
Hey, try that. Yeah, so I can't view the helioskeptics chat.
I bet they can hear me now, dude. I can't believe I've been talking this freaking long and nobody could hear me. No, I bet they can hear me now. Anyway, I got it.
Check the helioskeptics chat.
Sorry, you guys could hear me in here, and I had myself muted on OBS. Anyway, I fixed it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I've been talking and nobody could freaking hear me. That's freaking mess. Anyway.
Well, I mean, Cameron, I mean, you should be able to see it, so I don't know. It must be on your end.
No, how can it be on my end? It's Discord, man.
Well, yeah, it'll probably be a problem with your Discord because, I mean, you have all the roles.
Okay, that's
Nice.
It's probably why nobody was watching. You know, like when I started the stream, and they couldn't even freaking hear me on YouTube. Holy shit! I'm so sorry, guys. That was a thing. You should be able to hear me now. Continue, everyone.
So, I mean, I guess if nobody's really going to present any other like kind of evidence to the contrary, I guess we could get into like, you know, we could extend like what we were just talking about, why we think the Earth is flat, how we know the Earth is flat, how we've checked it, double checked it, triple checked it over the last few years. So, I mean, I brought up laser tests, but that's only one facet of, you know, their site tests, you know, some of which I've been doing personally over like the last year or two. So does anyone else want to bring up, like, you know, since we have a lot of flat earthers, people are probably listening. Does anyone want to bring up any other their favorite flat earth proofs, or maybe the ones that really convince them?
I want to hear from Morvis. He hardly ever opens his microphone.
That's my dude. Shout out to Morvis.
He's not going to do it. I challenge you, Morvis. Like,
hello.
You asked. Yeah, hello.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well.
Oh, I was hoping to get a lot more Globers in here tonight.
Yeah, I
That's all right. I mean, it's like I kind of dropped the ball. I mean, we were talking about it a couple days ago, and then
yeah.
But anyway, you know, Slave of Christ gave me the VIP role, and I was like, and I didn't really know what that meant. You know, inside this server, I was like, hey, so I can create my own channel and just
you can
live stream. Yeah, and so it was cool, you know. But then when I did it, I was like, okay, nobody can I'm the only one that has permissions to post links and text and everything. But now Nick straightened that out. But anyway, so how you been, man?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing great. Doing great. Jesuits run the world. That name is freaking funny. But it's cool. So, what do you think so far about the talk here? We're trying to get some globe earthers here to defend their faith.
Yeah, you guys interested in talking about the flat Earth? Hello?
Yeah. I mean, this is why I created the channel. That's why I called it Flat Earth Talk.
Sounds good.
Are you a flat earther?
Me, yeah.
Thought so.
I think it's most of the servers, or I don't know if most, but many flat earthers in the server.
Yeah, I know. Well, we talked before we went live, we were talking to a couple of people that weren't, and one of them was an avid evolutionist, and to be honest, he was kind of failing. He didn't really understand the evolution. And I was hoping we could talk to him about flat Earth and get away from evolution, but then he bounced before we were start the live stream. So how did you come across this topic?
The flat Earth?
Yeah.
I did a lot of so earlier in my years, I did a lot of research on like the Federal Reserve, and then I started to figure out that
It was my first one too, man. Federal
oh,
Reserve.
you started off Federal Reserve?
Yeah, but that was freaking late 90s.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
I started researching the Federal Reserve, and let me think, like probably around like 2017.
Wow, bro.
And then I started to figure out that like the whole thing is like a scam, and it's actually not even run by the government, and that kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, Act of 1871.
Yeah. So that freaked me out, and I was like, all right, who's this group controlling or the money supply? And then it just led to like a huge rabbit hole. Started to cover a lot of things. Started telling people no one's listening. Didn't know why no one would listen. Because I thought I solved the problem. I was like, oh my gosh, I figured it out. Now I got to tell everyone no one's listening. It's very, very strange to me, at least. Because then I started to realize, oh, nobody actually cares about the truth. They just want to continue to live their life. No one wants to hear the bad news, you know?
Oh, are you serious? They don't want to hear the bad news? They watch CNN and Fox News and MSNBC. They want to see the bad news. Now,
Yeah, don't they say like the
bad
negative
news
stories do better? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the bad news is the real bad news is what we're trying to tell them. But they believe what they see on TV.
Yeah.
So when you try to tell them that, it's like, well, and they just believe it. That's it's kind of game over. Well, it's game over in their mind for you. I mean, he can't be possibly right about this. I mean, it's like, hey,
yeah, I think it scared people
news.
so much that like they just went into full denial. So I was just like, okay, well, if you guys are not going to believe me, then I'm just going to keep doing research and figuring everything else out. And one rabbit hole led to another, and then just really just ended up with like flat Earth and like the Bible and everything. Because I was an atheist at that time.
Really?
Yeah.
I was never an atheist. I mean, I've always believed in a creator.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, but it was just like
I was raised Catholic.
And when I was in high school, I started teaching evolution, and my biology teacher went to my church.
Did you believe it?
No, my biology teacher went to my church, and he started teaching this, and I was like, "That's not how God did it, bro."
Oh, that's
and he's like, "You have to learn it," and I was like,
"Wait, when did they teach you evolution?"
Well, I mean,
what
they didn't. It wasn't evolution. In high school, back in the 80s, it wasn't necessarily evolution in the vein that it is taught now.
You know what my dad told me? He says in school, my dad's pretty old, but my dad told me they taught him evolution and creation at the same time.
Yeah, but I remember seeing, the man, the Cro-Magnon freaking shit. I mean, that shit was taught. I mean, pardon my French. That was taught in high school when I was just like, and then they have, pictures in the books, embryos that they're very similar to fish and stuff like that. When there's no proof of evolution in that, and then because I don't lie, I've always been a spiritual person. And I can see right in front of my this place was created. They're making up a story about how this could have happened, and they're trying to figure it out, and so that's why I was like, when they started trying to show me this stuff, it's like, no, that's not the way God did it, bro.
You didn't believe it at all?
I never freaking bought into that. No.
Oh, I fell into it, like, because that was what I was taught, you know.
Well, I was taught that they tried to teach me, and I learned it, but I just never bought into the idea.
I was a little different story. I brought up Catholic.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I was balls in space. I believed in for a long time.
Oh, you know what was strange about me? I saw, like, I was looking at high altitude pictures of the Earth one time, and then I could tell that was the real Earth. Like, I could tell the difference between the real Earth and the fake Earth, and the Earth that they were showing me, like the ball one.
Yeah.
Like, that was strange when I was looking at it. I was like, this is very, very different from high altitude pictures, right? And I knew this as a kid, right? But I was like, oh, maybe there's something with the lens. Like, I tried to rationalize why this was like this, and I never really questioned it hardcore, but I always knew there was a difference, you know?
Yeah, I mean, even with like the alien thing, right? Since they were trying to teach me evolution, and especially when I found out about Big Bang, it was just like aliens evolved the same way we evolved on Earth, and all this. So I never believed in aliens. I'm a huge sci-fi fan. I love fantasy and science fiction. So I mean, it's like I don't have to compromise. I just don't. I just enjoy the writing and the creation of stories. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how it affects people. Never affected me in a certain way where it's like, hey, they wrote a science fiction TV show or something about aliens, and I believed it. I just enjoyed the drama, and I'm a huge fan of fiction. But I never believe that that's possible because I've always kind of been a geocentric.
You know me, like when I was in the Catholic Church as a kid, like my parents used to read me the Bible, and I always knew that what they were teaching in the Catholic Church was not the same religion as, you know, what is taught.
Were you an altar boy?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah, but like I just always knew in the back of my head that like this is not the same religion. Like where is, like, you know, the prayer, like you pray to Mary, like you do all these, like you have the statues, you do all these strange stuff, and I was wondering. I never asked my parents how. I was like, well, why is none of this in the Bible? Like, and I knew it was I knew it was different, but you know, as a kid, you just don't like question things. You just believe things. You know.
Well, you were in catechism classes, right? Did they teach you?
I went to a Catholic school, but I never, and I was an altar boy.
Well, where I was, it was like Sunday school. They called it catechism.
Yeah,
right.
You know what? I actually.
But they didn't really teach you about the catechism. It's just a huge tome. It's a huge tome.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go ahead.
And the reason why I was an altar boy is because I could get out of class, right? I didn't have to go to class when I was.
I actually enjoyed it. I remember as a young man enjoying being an altar.
I didn't care for it. I just wanted to get out of class because class is really boring.
I thought it was fun. But just like you know, I don't know. I wasn't dingled by the priest or anything. We had, you know, the priest that we had was a really nice man.
I had one.
I gave my first confession to him, and I trusted him, and he was a really good man.
I had one priest that got caught apparently, and he I don't know what happened to him, but it was a huge fiasco. But this was later on. Like, this is after I graduated, and this was in my middle school, right? So he and I always the one thing he never did anything really strange to me. The only thing that I could recognize is like later on when I did my last like altar thing with him, is that like when, you know, like when the priest goes to the end of the door and like he starts waving goodbye to everyone when they're leaving, and like he had his hand on my shoulder and he was like squeezing my arm, like not like like, you know, like not squeezing it hard, but like doing light squeezes, and I thought that was really strange, and I never forgot it. I was like, this guy's freaking weird. But yeah.
I mean, you can't know. I mean, there are a lot of good priests, but the bad priests Really messed it
Yeah,
up for
that
a
guy
lot
was
of people, man.
And then I was surprised when he got caught. Like it was.
Oh,
really
okay.
ridiculous.
Yeah, see, well, I mean, I still remember his name, and I'm
I
going
think
to
he went to
say it,
jail.
but yeah, I was on. When I was fortunate enough to be in a Catholic church, grew up in it. We had a good time. Actually, it had a lot of friendships built. Went to Catholic church camp. We had lock-ins at the church. The priest lived in in a house that was connected to the church. Really good guy when I was growing up, and since then it's changed. I mean, I mean he was old when I started, but he kept he was there until I graduated high school. So it was like freaking 10 years that I went to that church, and he was a really good man. And I went to my first confession, and I I was like 13, 14 years old, and it's like the priest can't actually say anything. I mean, legally they can't freaking tell you what as a 14-year-old they can't tell you. And of course, who likes to confess, right? So it's like
I did confession twice, and I
did it a few times.
That was so uncomfortable, dude.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable.
Really,
but I trusted this man though, so he was a good priest. This is what I mean. Because he can't say anything. You could, unless you murdered somebody. Unless you murdered somebody, he can tell. He couldn't say anything.
What religion are you now?
I don't subscribe to a religion now. I know there's a creator.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, once I graduated high school, I didn't follow the Catholic religion anymore, and then in my late 20s and early 30s, I started looking at Catholic doctrine. I mean, I had this point in my life. I won't even get into details of my background. However it led up to this. At a point in my life where I was saved, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jesus saved me. But I felt that when I was a teenager, or even before that. It's not like God has always had his hand on me. You know what I mean? So it's not like
what I'd like to see I'd like to get into the bottom of the Vatican and see what.
Oh yeah, like truth. Remember when like that whole Area 51 raid? You remember that?
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah,
talking about
I wanted to like try to create a movement of like raid the Vatican. Like that was like why are we raiding Area 51? Like the Vatican needs to get raided.
Yeah, no doubt. I would like to see. That's probably where how they divide all the knowledge into across the earth, and they give like certain cultures a certain amount of truth, and then mix it in with a bunch of lies and cultural constructs to control them. I'd say the Vatican in the basement of the Vatican. I'd say that's where you will find. That's probably the only area. Well, other than like the leaders, but where all that knowledge is compiled together.
Yeah, I think they're sacrificing kids into the Vatican as well. I want to expose that. That would be it. Like if the Vatican went down, like everything else would also go down.
This is really interesting.
And all that information. Go ahead, Hilo.
No, I was just saying this is really interesting, and I thought we set this up, me and you, right? Group of Veils. We were like trying to say, hey, let's get some flat Earth talk in here. But this is a religious.
Well, I was trying to find some Globers.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. I want it.
And then I was wondering if you even were going to do it because you hadn't responded to me in a couple of days, and I was like, well, maybe it's off because no Globers took the,
Yeah, no,
wants to defend the globe or anything.
Sometimes if I don't feel like talking, I just don't talk to anybody. But
that's me
but
too.
if I
That's
say
everyone.
I'm going to do a show, I'm going to do a show. Hey, Ren, are you willing to open your microphone? You have the atheist tag. Do you want to talk to us about anything? Oh, bye bye.
That's what they do every time.
Anyway, continue.
I know there has to be a globe. I know there has to be people in here who still think that the Earth is a globe, and you don't have to debate and you don't have to defend it, but you can just ask questions and discuss it. Because I know in the bottom of what I was getting to with the Vatican is I know that all the information about the Earth is flat and stationary that they have.
I think the flat Earth scares people, to be honest.
What about Issa Noodle? He has the atheist role.
I have the atheist role, but I'm actually agnostic.
Oh, okay. Are you flat earther?
Honestly, the whole thing, I'd want to do more research on it by myself first before coming to any conclusions.
You have the atheist role if you're.
Well, hold on. Let's just start from the beginning then. So, have you ever talked to anyone about this before, or have you looked into the topic? So.
I mostly have just been trying to listen to you guys, kind of observe what you guys are saying.
Yeah, let me ask you this: do you have interest in the topic? Do you have interest in maybe looking into it in the future?
Well, I mean, if what we're told on a daily basis is a lie, of course I'd want to know something like that.
Right. Well, are you aware of like that? A lot of things out there might be lies. Like, have you uncovered some of them already?
Well, we're talking about like global governments and stuff like that. I already have a huge distrust in those.
Okay, so yeah, well then, a lot of the information that people have about the Earth, the so-called images of that show it as a globe, they're all coming from government agencies. So that's a good place to start. How about the moon landing? Have you looked into that one?
A little bit.
Do you think it's possible that they could have faked it?
The one that we have footage of, like the first, I think there's a possibility that it's fake, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. First couple missions look ridiculous. Like there's like two images in particular. One of the actual lunar lander itself, and then there's a video that you could find on YouTube on the Smithsonian YouTube channel of the blast off. I'll post it. It's my favorite one, but you can see it like blasting off from the moon. The thing like sparkles. You see these like rainbow sparkles, red, not even rainbow. It's like red, green, and blue. And then it lifts off. It looks like a toy model. And then the camera pans up. So there's so many things wrong with that. Just the way it looks is enough, but there's so many funny things.
And when you post it, there's 2 other videos that I posted for you. You'll probably find them really interesting.
Yeah, just the image of the lunar lander. I mean, I'll just go into Google. Hold on, let me find this one on YouTube. But yeah, that's a good place to start because you'll realize a lot of these, a lot of the information is coming from the government to begin with. So that's, it's like they're lying about everything, but this thing they're not lying about because why would they lie, right? All right.
Yeah, and this is a crazy thing. They don't have the technology because they destroyed it, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But yet they're going to Mars.
Right, and they somehow rationalize that. They're like, oh yeah, well, we have better things to do. And they even, I've even heard some of them talk about when they're fantasizing about their Narnia world. They're like, oh well, like the moon, it's gonna be like a fuel station. They're gonna like fuel up on the moon, and then they're gonna shoot out to like Mars. Like they really still You know, they got these people hanging like on a string with this stuff. Oh yeah, so I posted the Apollo 17 liftoff. I mean, just look at it. Like, I don't have to argue. I don't have to. Just look at it.
Would you just look at it?
Like, just look at it. Like, that's my best argument for this stuff. I don't even have an argument because just look at it, though.
What do you guys think is the best argument against the moon landing?
Just look at it, bro. That's mine. Here, I'll post a image. I just post NASA stuff. What do we got?
I like to use the low Earth orbit argument. They claim that they couldn't cross low Earth orbit, and also Buzz Aldrin admitting that they faked it.
Yeah. Okay. So get there's so much in what you just said right there. It like reminds me of so much stuff. Okay, because what have they taught us for so many years, and what have they told us, and what have they claimed? They've claimed that there's this, barrier around the Earth of it's supposed to be such high temperatures and what they call the Van Allen belt. I don't know what they called it back then before they started calling it the Van Allen belt. Does anyone know?
I'm not sure.
Around the time of the so-called moon landing, I don't know what they called it then. Okay, so the moon is supposed to be 238,000 miles away, and allegedly they had to reach escape velocity and leave Earth's orbit to get to the moon. Now, just follow. There's so many contradictions, right? They had to do that, reach escape velocity, and leave Earth's orbit to get to the moon, which means they would have had to have went through what they call the thermosphere, and then they would have had to have, went through. I guess that's probably, is the thermosphere and the radiation belt the same thing? Or are they two different things? Anyway, if they're the same thing, then there you go. If they're not, then they had to, leave both.
I'm not sure about that either.
Right, and so they went to the moon, and they claimed that they made it there, and they landed on the moon, and then they returned from the moon. And then years later, then all of a sudden they discover after all of that the Earth's atmosphere is supposed to extend out beyond the moon. And then if you look at the materials that they used for their suits and, for the travel and everything, it's like none of it would have survived what they claimed the thermosphere to be. It's like they keep changing their story, and this is just beside the point. This is just, looking at what they're claiming and their credibility of what they're claiming. They're not even consistent with what they claim. Right? And then look at that moon right there. It looks like a light shining like on the moon, like a stage light. And we can see it's not this. Okay, so we know that the moon doesn't reflect sunlight. It gives off its own light, and it gives off a code light. And even if it were to reflect, if it were to be a rock that reflected sunlight, it's like that is not what it would look like. That is a stage light.
It's funny because I actually disagree with that. I see a correlation between the distance of the sun and the moon and its light, but I can't prove it. I don't believe it's its own light, though.
It doesn't reflect
the moon. The moon?
But
yeah.
Okay, so why can you see it during the day?
What? Why can you see it during the day? Because it's far enough from the sun to be lit and right overhead.
Okay, well,
you can see a full moon during the daytime.
I want to say something about that because
there's a correlation somewhere between it. I think it's caused by the sun's light, but I'm not going to get into it.
Let Truth Prevail talks, and then I'll make my point.
Yeah. Well, there is. Okay, I agree that there is a correlation. But reflecting the sun's light is not what I see. But there is definitely a correlation with the moon and the sun and the distance between the two, because it seems to be that this is what we see. When the moon is closest to the sun is when it's the darkest. When it gets closer to the sun, like the face of the moon, it goes into the new moon where you can't see it. When it's furthest away from the sun is when it's the brightest. That's when it's the full moon. It's when it's at its furthest distance from the sun. It's not indicative of it reflecting its light, but there is definitely a correlation between the two.
So during the day, it would have to be near the front of the Earth, and in order to get a full moon, it has to be behind the Earth. Therefore, this should be basically impossible, a daytime moon. Or a full daytime moon. Do you have an explanation on why this is occurring?
Oh, my explanation for the moon is it's not. I don't believe it's a solid object either. I just think it's a hologram.
Yeah, I believe it's some sort of projection like the sun. I think the sun and the moon are very, very similar. You know?
Yeah.
But you don't think it's self-luminous?
No, no, I don't.
Well, so
I don't think it's an object, so I don't think it could be self-luminous. It would have to be an object, right?
Is it a reflection? What do you think it is?
I think it's a reflection
of the sun.
Like a more, I don't know what you would call this phenomenon, but like if you use like a glass bowl and put a light in it or somehow you could put a cup in it, causes like a hologram right in the middle, and I think it's something like that. I don't know what type of.
Okay, so why do you, okay, so what's your explanation of us being able to see like a full moon during the daytime? What do you think? If it's not self-luminous.
The same reason that you'd see it anytime. It's caused by the firmament and the light from the sun causing a hologram inside of the firmament.
So if you
that's
look
why it's an apparent location.
If you look in general, remember the moon, you can only get a full moon when the moon is like facing the back of the Earth, right? So how would we be able to get a full moon during the day if this is the only angle where we would get a full moon at?
Well, he's not thinking.
I'm agreeing. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's a hologram, I could see that being possible. You know, I mean, obviously we can't prove that, but that's a really interesting theory. It seems to have like a holographic nature to it sometimes, for sure.
You guys ever seen a thing called a lunar wave? Probably.
Yeah.
I've only seen videos of it. I haven't captured one yet.
Yeah, I'm posting in general. I think this is a very, very strange phenomenon.
I think the moon is translucent. I did a video where I have this old trackball that looks solid in normal light, but if you shine a really bright flashlight on it right next to it, it seems to glow with its own color. And so what I think is that the moon can get external light from where is beside the point, but when it's not full, it has surface shadows, and that can't come from inside. So that's why I say it's translucent, like the flashlight on the trackball. You put light into it, it will, you know, if you shined it at a certain angle, some of it would bounce off the surface and cause shadows, but some would still get inside and then come out because of whatever the moon is made of, you know. That's just what I think it is.
Do you have any pictures, or?
I got a video. I can go find a link if you want.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I'd like to see that.
Does anyone remember that eclipse a few years ago when there was a video from an airplane and there were like orbs around the sun during the eclipse?
Yeah. That was really strange too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've still got that video if you wanted me to post it.
Sure, yeah, I would like to see it.
There's a demonstration that now I'm not saying this is just a possible. This is just supporting evidence, like circumstantial evidence for some ideas of what the light from the moon could be. You know, when especially with the eclipse. And I can post the video that come from. I will post it here in a minute. But now I've done. Dang it, man! I don't know what's up with me. But I was going to say something right after that, and I totally forgot. But yeah, I'll grab the video of the orbs. And see, here's the thing though about the orbs. When they captured the orbs, it's different. Like, okay, so. Up high in the sky like that, when they saw the orbs, and they were able to video it. So they were able to capture the orbs around the sun during the eclipse. But then when we view it down here, it's totally different. So we have to keep that in mind, you know, with the perspective that we see from here than if we were higher up. It's like it's 100% different, like day and night. No pun intended, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to switch the topic too much, but I had something to contribute to that evolution discussion. Just
sure.
Okay. I went to get a book for it. That's why I wanted to bring it up. When I first started doing Flat Earth, like 2015, 2016, I made an Instagram page, and it got pretty popular as a Flat Earth page. And I had as my quote in the about section a quote from Ernst Haeckel, who I'm really fond of his artwork, and I didn't know that he was involved in this evolution fraud thing, but I had a quote on there that says, nature has created an inexhaustible wealth of wondrous forms whose beauty and diversity way exceed anything that has been created by man. And I had someone in my DMs like just ripping me a new one, like saying I can't be a flat earther if I believe in evolution and all this. I never even claimed to believe in evolution, but I wasn't aware of the fraud that was done to support it. You know, I hadn't really ever questioned evolution. I believed in a creator. I was a flat earther, but I never went down that rabbit hole until flat Earth, and someone had to point it out to me.
I rejected evolution as soon as I figured out the Earth was flat. Actually, I accepted Christ right after I figured out the Earth was flat.
I never did believe in evolution. Never did think that we could ever come from monkeys, which I know they initially say that that's not initially where they claim that we came from, that everything came from the same, stardust or sludge or rock or whatever. But I never did believe that. And one question I always had when I was younger is, well, why are there still monkeys?
Yeah. They're just monkeys that didn't evolve, you know?
That's what I was talking about with the coelacanth. You know, there shouldn't still be coelacanth if they were called a transitional form, which is what they were claiming, that it had little buds that were turning into legs and all this stuff, and that it died out so many millions of years ago. And then they find live ones in the ocean, and it's a living fossil, which is an oxymoron and a begging the question fallacy, because and it also makes evolution unfalsifiable, because no matter what they ever find, it's going to be something they predicted, and they can account for it, and they'll figure it out.
Isn't that's the silliest thing, right? Living fossil.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, we've been falsified, but no.
The entire, with that simple term, falsifies the entire idea.
It does. And if they can't imagine, and I've seen statements from evolutionists saying that, no, there's nothing that we will ever discover that will make me disbelieve in evolution, that's an admission that it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I agree.
I was going to say earlier about just real quick about the lunar lander, when you had the pictures up. They had to fit two people in their suits, and they had to wear diapers because they didn't have any facilities, right? And they would have to change themselves somehow inside that limb and dispose of the diapers somewhere. We never heard or saw anything about any of that, and where would you put it? I mean, the thing is just big enough for them to sit in, you know, from the pictures they showed us on the inside of the capsule, the LEM with the two-seater. There's no room for any of that. I mean, there's a gazillion little things that people just didn't think about at the time, or the panning camera on the way out, or anything.
You know, that's a good argument against the moon landing. How did they change their diapers?
Yeah, the simple things.
Yeah.
You know, the practical, or how they had enough water and oxygen, energy. I mean, how good were those batteries? We can't keep our phones charged, you know, but they had somehow their own electricity to run all their equipment, and including, you know, oxygen and water, you know, treatment, whatever they did. I mean, and operate the cameras. And I mean, why don't we have these awesome batteries? We can't keep, I just watched a documentary a week ago about lithium and how hard it is to get, and they need it for batteries, and they have to go to Bolivia or someplace, the salt flats, and get the lithium out of there, and they're ruining the environment. It's like, okay, what technology were they using in '69 that allowed them this stuff that would stand the radiation, the vacuum of space, the heat and cold, wild temperature swings, not to mention the film that got through all that.
They didn't have digital.
Yeah. Or just, or aiming the window on the way there to the moon, aiming that little window on the side back toward the Earth while they haven't changed their trajectory to the moon, because they're just basically a ballistic, right? They're sent off in the rocket. They don't have any really a propulsion system on the capsule. And somehow they have little maneuvering thrusters, okay, that would turn them a certain way. But that window had to be turned without changing the trajectory, and it was a rock-steady picture of the Earth. I mean, it didn't waver, it didn't vibrate, and how they turned it back to aim toward the moon and then to land without these rockets roaring under their feet, the descent rocket, not making a sound. I mean, you could hear the people talking. There's a gazillion things that don't add up.
Oh yeah, and that reminds me, Paula, I've been meaning to ask to try to find someone, because I lost everything that I had on my computer, and I'm restarting from scratch. So there's a lot of information that I had that I don't have. So I was wondering if you or anyone in here, I'm going to ask other people, ask around until I find it. But do you remember if anyone's got, any of you's got have this? I would love to have it. Do you remember the video that they had where they were supposed to be inside of the lunar module or whatever you want to call it? They were inside of it, and they were looking through a window and supposedly looking back at Earth. But then they used cardboard, and
you're talking about a clip from A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. So yeah,
okay. In general,
yeah. What happened
I've got that
in that clip? What was the guy's name that made that film?
Bart
Sabel. Yeah, that guy. He's the guy that went up to to all the astronauts and said, "Swear on the Bible you went to the moon."
And then he got punched by Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face.
Yeah, I forgot that. I couldn't remember which video.
Here's what happened with that. They were in a high altitude plane. I'm not even sure if the actual astronauts or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I mean, some of them, their faces are on camera. The one guy in control, whatever. What happened is they had the camera on the opposite side of the cabin, looking through one of the plane windows, and then they were using a shade. Like they had of course, when you're flying in a cabin, flying in a plane, the whole Earth is like visible, right? I mean, you have the blue and white cloud layer, and they were putting a shade over the window with a camera on the opposite side of the cabin, shining or taking a picture of that window, and they were trying to capture what I guess a bit like a phase of the Earth. It's like which is ridiculous. I mean, if they were on the way to the moon, and I was thinking about this while you guys were talking about this, if you were standing on the moon, on the lit side of the moon, which all of the lander missions or whatever they claim they're standing on, not on the dark side of the moon, but the lit side of the moon, right? The Earth would be directly above their head and would be humongous. It would fill the entire sky. If they looked directly above their head, from these lander sites, the Earth would be just enormous. It would fill their entire view. But why don't we have any images of that?
Yeah, it should be 4 times bigger if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth.
Exactly. I mean, it'd be if you look straight up from standing on the moon, from what their claims are, you look straight up, the Earth would be enormous. But we don't have any pictures of that.
No pictures of the ISS being built.
Yeah, all that. Yep. So it's like if people say, "Oh, why are you skeptical?" Listen, man. I mean, listen to what they claim, and that's why it's like people say. That's why we all will say, "Hey, you haven't made a claim yet. Make a claim and then prove it, and then we'll continue from there." So if you're going to claim that they landed on the moon, show us a picture from them on the moon, looking straight up ahead, straight up above their head, and you will see the Earth just enormous in the sky.
And I think
Helio skeptic, what do you think happens in an eclipse?
Oh, see what happens.
Was I muted?
No, you go ahead, Paula. I'll answer that question, but I want Paula to finish her statement.
I was just going to say this all illustrates what the key is to truth seeking in general is to ask questions. That's really all it is. Observe and ask questions. That's all I was going to say.
Oh, sure. So, yeah, what happens during an eclipse? Which type of eclipse are you talking about?
I don't think any of them. Well, let's just say solar eclipse. And the moon goes in front of the sun.
Okay, so the claim is that the moon, the Earth, is a ball spinning around the solar system, and the moon is orbiting Earth, and that the sun is at the center. Right? This is the globe Earth claim, right? And everyone's.
No, I think it's flat. I just want to know, what do you think
cool.
happens?
Well, I'm just saying this is a globe Earth claim. I'm just want to make sure that we all agree that this is the globe Earth claim, because we all used to think that. You know what I mean? Now,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Explanations of why it would happen on a flat Earth. It's not my. I don't. If I said I don't know, then I really don't know. I can give you an explanation for it, but I can't prove it. But I can prove. I can prove that the Earth is flat. So what their explanation is debunked because we've already proven that the Earth is not a globe. So I mean, sure. It could be involved with electromagnetism, but I'm not going to claim that is true. So their explanation is debunked.
Your personal opinion.
Well, check this out. I mean, have you thought about this before? The only time a solar eclipse happens is during a new moon phase, right?
Probably.
Yes.
I don't think
the answer is yes. The only time you see a solar eclipse is during a new moon phase. Now, if the moon was a physical body that is occulting the sun, don't you think you'd be able to detect it with some sort of equipment or anything? Approaching the sun, and or even after the eclipse, you could see it leaving if it was a physical body, like occulting the sun. The answer to that is yes, but you don't. So, I can't tell you what a solar eclipse is. I think it more has to do with electromagnetism and stuff like that, but I can't prove it, and I'll admit that. Now, but do you know what the Globies won't admit? That they don't know either why you can't see the moon approaching the sun. They're going to say, I don't know. Now we're both on the same page. But there's no curvature. I can't find the curvature,
Okay.
so there it is. There you go.
But I can tell you what it's not.
Yeah, I can tell you what it's not.
For sure.
So I gave you my answer. What do you think about it? Am I a dummy? Am I dumb? I just don't understand.
No, I'm just really confused about the flat Earth model. I don't understand it at all.
There's no flat Earth model.
That's just a flat.
There's no flat Earth model. Hey.
Well, okay. I know we live on it. I know. I also think it's flat, but like I don't know what goes on up in the sky. And I really want to know, but it seems everybody just has an hypothesis. Like nobody has an answer.
I hit the wrong button, but before you go off the talking about solar eclipse and onto something else, I want to share something with you, and ask you what your thoughts are. This is an annular eclipse, and I bet everybody thought I was going to talk about the Selenilian eclipse, the impossible
one.
I
like the annular. Yeah, I like the annular. Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, you see that? Okay, so there's the annular eclipse. You can see the clouds through the center of it.
And for the most part, you're gonna only see the annular eclipse in the Middle East.
Yeah, who's trolling?
Really interesting. Only place you see it is.
So there's. Yeah, so there's that one. Well, so that's not we never see it over here. Like in any time in history, we've never known of it happening over here.
Yeah, it's freaking crazy, isn't it?
Well, you know what? That kind of it kind of makes me think that okay, so what if it is a projection? Then the fact that you can see it there, not somewhere else, kind of makes you think, or it could just be like the location of the quote node unquote that it within the electromagnetic fields and so forth that where it happens that maybe that's why. I mean, all of these things are so interesting when you know that it's not what they claim. And you start looking into it, that's when the world really gets interesting because they claim that they have all the answers for everything. And life is boring.
And they obviously don't.
It's boring as hell. And when you realize that they don't, that what they're telling you is not true, then life becomes interesting because you realize that they don't have the answers for everything.
Well, it's like when I first joined before we started the live stream tonight. I was talking to a couple of people that ejected themselves before they came in to actually talk to us. Before I started the live stream, they were asking about. They asked a few things, and then they immediately went to why would they lie? And it's just like, dude. Ugh.
Yeah, let's establish that they lied, and then I love talking about why because that gets into.
Yeah, you can, but it's not going to satisfy them, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter to them. It's
what
like,
do you think about that?
I just want to believe them anyway. And you flat earthers are dumb. It's like, dude, we've been doing this for a long time. We know we don't have answers to everything. Just like the annular eclipse. Why does it only occur in a certain area of Earth? We'll never experience that in North America. It only happens near the Middle East. It's a strange phenomenon. And I think that I've actually tried to look this up before. I think it has something to do with the Islamic flag, where they have the crescent moon, where it's not the crescent moon. I think that's the annular eclipse, where it goes so far around. There's no moon that has the crescent that far, right?
Well, what they actually have, though,
but I've been looking for information on that. I'm not sure if that actually has anything to do with it. When you see the, you see the crescent and with the star, that there is no phase of the moon that looks like that. I think it's the sun during an annular eclipse.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that what they have is, what they have seems to be a crescent moon with, a specific star within the moon?
No,
where you can
have you ever seen?
doesn't it?
You ever seen a crescent moon look like that? No, it's not. I think it's the annular eclipse because it doesn't stretch that far.
We give me a maybe I don't know what you're talking about.
Right,
maybe
I'm
thinking of the wrong one. You guys just have to bear with me for some reason. Like the past week or so, I don't know. It's a personal thing with me, I guess, something that's causing it. But for some reason, I've had I don't know, issues with stuttering and crap. So it's I'll get it out. You just have to bear with me and deal with it, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, I'm always like that. Don't worry about it. I'm always like that.
Well, I mean, I know what's causing it, but knowing what's causing it doesn't fix it,
No, it's I was talking about the Islamic.
But yeah, so the annular eclipse has got like you can see the clouds through it, right? You can see the clouds behind it, right straight through it. So it's obvious that there's not an object in front of it blocking, between you and the sun, because you can see the clouds through it. So that's pretty much debunked right on its face. And then the Selenilian eclipse, the shadow goes in the wrong direction, and the sun is above the horizon, along with the moon, the same time as the moon is. So it's obviously not the Earth in between the sun and the moon, casting, blocking the light from the sun, causing the eclipse. So it's I've never heard anybody come up with any kind of valid, even if they tried to explain it with the heliocentric model, I've not heard anyone, come up with a valid, even a valid story or explanation to even give us something to debunk,
Well, what I'm about to show you, I'm going to find the right. It's so many different, but none of them really. I mean, you've seen the Islamic flag, right, with the crescent. You've never seen
a crescent moon with the star in the.
See.
Okay, well, I'm thinking of the wrong thing.
Well, I mean, some people claim that.
Yeah.
But you've never seen a crescent moon look like that. That's what I'm saying. I think it's an annular eclipse. It's an annular eclipse approaching. It's an approaching annular eclipse before it it's a full annular eclipse, right? That's the only way that the moon could ever look like that. All right, I saved one image. I'll share it now, but I mean, there's so many that I'm kind of so many. Anyway, here. See that's a crescent moon. Now, what's this? This is a flag. Shit, no, I didn't. Pardon my friend. Let's go.
Yes, you think everybody just thinks that their flag is representing the moon when it could be representing the sun. Well, I mean that's interesting because
because a lot of
it very well could be.
Well, I mean,
it's just an image.
A lot of people say, well, Islam, they're worshiping the moon god and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's just an image.
And maybe some of the
however they want to.
Maybe some of the Muslims think that too, but the moon never looks like, or the sun never looks like this, or the moon phases. There's no such thing as this. And this is a flag of Islamic Republic of America. You ever seen the moon look like that?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but
that's an annular eclipse. That's an annular eclipse. Right before it goes
what else
full.
It makes me You know what else it makes me think of? Like in the Book of Enoch, where when it describes the heavenly, the celestial bodies, the heavenly bodies, and when it talks about the sun, it says that it names the star. I don't remember the name of the star, but it names the star and says that the star resides in front of the sun, and that makes me think as if there is a star that we can't see due to the light of the sun, right? The effect that it causes within, say, the energies within our atmosphere, or ether, or whatever you want to call it, whatever. But within the energies, like the electromagnetic energies, and how there could be a correlation with the stars and within the atmosphere that could cause, an effect, which we see as the sun.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Level Up. I like that one. It's like the Flash. It's like a lot of times people witnessing the sunset on the southern coast of America, they'll see the green flash, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of that or not. Go ahead. Sorry, Paula.
Just saying how that diamond ring seems to fit that flag image more than anything.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's like I would love to see an annular eclipse, but we're not going to see it in North America.
Yeah, and then look at that annular eclipse, okay, and think of what she posted of how this is interesting. Okay, I want to see if you guys see the same thing that I see. So what she just posted, it shows like a star or something right there, right? And then with that flag, it shows a star. And if that is the sun, then, if it's depicting the sun, then it could be that the star is... Now go scroll up back to the annular eclipse and look how it is a complete circle, and then on the left side, I don't know, say about maybe
I
10
fell
o'clock.
Into a burning ring of fire.
Do you see it at about 10 o'clock, Helio, where...
They call it the Ring of Fire. That's another name for it.
It's like a little a break or a gap. It's not a complete gap because it's still, the light is still complete in the circle. But do you see that little gap?
But whoever captured that wasn't in the certain area where eventually, if you were in the right place, it would be equal all the way around. You know what I mean? The picture you posted. To someone, that would be a full ring of fire, same size. So this person must have been very close to where they could see that, which absolutely proves that the sun and moon are not the distance they say they are. They're local. And it's not necessarily the moon even occulting the sun. So that's the really strange part, because if the moon was a physical body and it's occulting the sun, we would be able to see it approaching the sun before it actually occulted the sun. Especially if the sun is lighting up the moon, we would see a ring of light, through different spectrums with certain filters on cameras. It's like, here's the moon, it's fully lit on the other side. The dark side of the moon is fully lit. It's the full moon on the other side, and it's approaching the sun. We'd be able to find it.
Well, what do you think, guys? Mitty, Anchor, Paula, Nick, all of you?
About which exactly? Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but please tell me. This is the way I've thought about it. Go ahead.
Can you run me through it again? I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you weren't listening?
Hey, all right then.
No,
I was not listening.
I'm doing some cooking right now, but what was the question again?
We're talking about solar eclipse.
That's okay.
Solar
if you're
eclipse.
cooking, I won't bother you.
Okay, never mind. It was only
about the dark side of the moon. Or?
Yeah, I mean, if see how they describe the moon phases, right? Is that it's caused by the moon's position while it's spinning around Earth, and its position where it is, and it's being lit by the sun right now. During the new moon phase, you can't find it. In my mind, and this is absolutely true, what that means is that what they call the dark side of the moon is fully lit. It's a full moon on the other side of the moon, right? In their heliocentric idea. Please, someone say yes.
On the dark side of the moon, it would be a full moon during a solar
during
eclipse?
every new moon. Every single new moon, it's fully lit on the other side of the moon. It's a full moon on the dark side of the moon.
We would normally,
Jesus Christ! How?
No, but what's I get it, but like I just started listening. But what? Where does it start? I don't know what's it like?
Okay, I guess you guys got bored. Now we're
well, no, I don't really know a lot
Are we going to go backwards again now?
No, I don't know a lot about eclipses, so I totally zoned out.
All right. Well, how about moon phases? Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't know a lot about that either.
All right, cool. Let's do a teaching.
We're pointing out all the atrocities of what they claim the eclipses is going on, and how what we observe is not matching.
There's an annular eclipse of the sun on October 14th, 2023, from Oregon to Texas.
Ooh, that would be great if we can see it. Yeah, entertain. Where's it going to be a full annular eclipse?
Say what?
Where will you see the full annular eclipse?
They're from Oregon through Texas. I can't get any more specific than that.
Okay, I'll look it up. Yeah, most of the time it happens in the Middle East, as far as I know. But
well, we had one. We had one last month going through Canada, going into Russia last month on June 10th.
An annular eclipse.
Annular eclipse. I saw it partial in New Jersey last month.
Cool. So what do you think about that Islamic flag? Do you think that's not the moon? Because I mean, a lot of
well, in order for it to be a star or planet or whatever, it had to be nighttime because you're not going to see the stars or planets in the daytime. So even with the annular eclipse, that's still a pretty bright object in the sky. So
I guess I'm gonna have to talk to my Islamic friend, try to figure out what this has to do with. Because a lot of people will say that's the moon. They say, that's the moon god or whatever. A lot of people say that about these.
Usually it's a crescent moon next to a bright star.
That's not a crescent. But have you ever seen a crescent moon look like that? No,
not quite like that.
No, of course. So anyway, but most of the symbols that they put out look, they're extreme, and so I'm not sure if even a lot of people that follow Islam are aware that is not that.
Skipper, if you give yourself a row, go up there and choose a row and click on the link to get a 12-hour pass to get post perms. You just got to connect your account and then vote. Once you do that, it's really easy and simple. It's on that page. Then you'll be able to see what we're posting, because I've actually posted an annular eclipse.
Well, I was looking at it on YouTube, and I just got hopped on here. So
okay. So
I wasn't sure what was going on with that.
Yeah. So when you join, if you go to the roles room, at the top of the channel, then you just scroll down to the bottom, and then you click the click here for 12-hour access.
I clicked on Christianity.
No, go to the top. If you want to share links and embed images and all that kind of stuff, go to the roles room, scroll down to the bottom, then you click, it says click here for 12-hour access to to attach files and embed links and stuff like that. You can share pictures.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, just what you're going to do, click on that, associate your Discord account, then click the upvote, and then you'll be able to share links.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that.
Trinity, what's your view of the Earth? Do you think it's a globe, or are you a flat earther?
Diamond ring eclipse.
Makes you wonder how that's possible in their model, because I mean, if it looks for all the world, pun intended, that this is a normal total eclipse, right? Where you see the,
Right, that would be
outer...
like right before the total eclipse, right? Like right before the little.
But I guess if it just skim it at one point, but how is that possible?
It's not. It's not.
I'd never heard of this annular solar eclipse until just now, but it doesn't. I'd never seen the moon like during a solar eclipse. I've watched solar eclipses and like the moon isn't there. It just like the eclipse happens and there's no moon next to the sun.
Were you aware that it only happens during a new moon phase?
Yes, I learned that from you actually a couple days ago.
Yeah, I've been saying, and that's a known thing. But until you start looking into it, you'll find out. Well, it's just like lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon phase. You won't have a lunar eclipse on a partial phase. It's all full moon. All lunar eclipses happen during a full moon.
Right.
What if there are like different gates that they pass through, and you have the eclipses when they share the same gate, and it's like a projection of kind of like what David Weiss demonstrated how a projection would look. The photos that I posted, I'll repost them again, I guess, because they're kind of way up there. But how he described how it, and demonstrated how it could possibly work, because he showed. Well, I don't want to get too much into that. I'll just leave my question before it gets lost. Like, what if that is what's going on? Like, because everything else matches up to how Earth and the heavenly bodies are described in the Book of Enoch. Everything that we can see and observe is pretty accurate with that. And it does mention, that there are gates.
Yeah, sure, maybe, but hey, the annular eclipse.
I know we're in a total realm of speculation, but
but the annular eclipse, how can that happen? I mean, and just like the stellarian as well. I mean, how can that happen? But how can the annular eclipse happen? I mean, is the but it would only be able to happen during a certain period. But even though what they say is that Earth is in an elliptical orbit around the sun. And so during the northern summer, we're further away from, Earth being tilted. But I'm not teaching. Am I teaching someone that doesn't know? Anyway, the Earth is tilted. This is why the northern hemisphere has their summer. But we're actually further away. So can you only experience an annular eclipse when it's further away and the moon has that little bit smaller?
Yeah, kind of like it's not within our atmosphere, and it's more out, outside of it, like more at the source of the light. Like the source of the light is coming from somewhere else, and like maybe it's more at the source of light causing it.
Yeah, like
or it
with
could not
the.
be. They could just be within our atmosphere, but it could just be like there could be.
I'm just saying. I mean, their explanation really doesn't solve the problem with an annular or the selenilian. It just doesn't make any sense. Because even if you consider the elliptical orbit, you're only talking about 3 million miles compared to 93 million miles. It's not going to cause this drastic effect of the annular eclipse. It couldn't. And I'm not even sure if that happens during the summer and time, and I haven't looked at it yet, but they're going to have to do some more homework to actually convince me that that their model is correct. And I don't think they make any claims like that. Well, it can only happen in the northern hemisphere during the. I won't guarantee it, but I'm probably sure that you won't experience an annular eclipse in the southern hemisphere.
Hilo, can I disagree for a moment?
You can disagree with me as much as you want. I want you to. That's what I'm saying. I'm speculating. I mean, just freaking throw it out there, man.
Well, that one I was telling you about in October 2023, that starts in the States, well, outside the States, but from Oregon to Texas. But the path of the annular eclipse goes into Brazil.
Hey, we don't live in 2023.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
Have you seen it yet?
No, we know.
Okay, then let's talk about shit that already happened.
Well, again, some of the stuff can happen in the northern hemisphere and cross over into the southern hemisphere.
Well, why are you looking at future maps when we can talk about stuff that happened in the past?
Well, future, past, what's the difference?
Because what the hell? This is the problem with models. You're going to believe that this is going to happen in the future, but you haven't experienced it yet.
Well, it's just like the one back in.
All right. Well, all right. So how about you take a look at past predictions and see if they came true, and then then we'll have something to talk about. Don't talk about something about that is going to happen.
Well, the one back in 2017 that went from Oregon through South Carolina.
Yeah, I experienced a portion of that.
They predicted it.
Okay, well, but that doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. I mean, I actually, they've been predicting eclipses for a very long time, long before the globe idea.
Oh yeah.
So why do we need a globe for eclipses to happen?
Can't answer that one.
Yeah. Nobody can.
But what I was looking at, again, the same thing I was looking at for the 2017 eclipse, which was true. The one for 2023 is the same thing I'm looking at, and it says there's an eclipse coming up on 2023 going right through the western half of the states.
Dude, I'll try to capture it as much as I possibly can. I'll do my best to actually capture it. But
cool.
Like that lunar eclipse, and was it 2020 in December? Is that when it was?
I don't know.
Was it last year?
We had one back
in
April.
Or was it 2019? I can't remember. But anyway, it was so freaking awesome. But it was so cold here. I was looking through my binoculars. I was like, look at this. Awesome. I couldn't believe. I mean, there was no clouds in the sky. I captured. I didn't capture it. I didn't film it. But next time I will.
Cool.
But it was so cold outside. It was like 4 degrees here. I couldn't stay out.
I don't see
Dude,
how
it was so
anybody
high.
could.
It was so high in the sky, and I just didn't expect that lunar eclipse would look like that. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen, and it was so awesome, man. It was really high in the sky. It was just like the moon looked like the moon, like where it usually is, but then all of a sudden it was freaking red. You know, it was like, well, it started like little dark thing came up. As much as I could stay outside, I went out there, looked at it for a while, and I had my binoculars. I have some 50 times zoom binoculars. I was at it, freezing to death, you know, because it was big, but it was cold. But yeah, that was a really good experience. But that doesn't mean that the Earth cause of what I saw that night. Earth's shadow between the sun and the moon. I just don't buy it. Oh, you captured that, Paulo?
Yeah, I got videos on my channel about that from 2017. Yep, we had a 90% where I live.
Yeah. Okay,
and,
cool.
Yeah, I made a time lapse.
Are you in the Mideast?
No, I'm in Ohio.
Oh, it's sort of.
Yeah. We're supposed to get the total over Ohio. Let's see. What year is it? I think it was supposed to be 7 years from there.
But check that out. And that kind of confirms what I was saying. In an annular eclipse, like see like a certain portion of that, you'll see that the crescent stretches out farther. You never see the moon stretch out that far, right? So anyway,
right.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying, you know, with the Islamic flag, a lot of people think that's the moon. No, it's not the moon.
It could be a both and, you know, where they did have a moon god, and that the sun and the moon, you know, the same, you know, similar things to other religious commonalities, but at the same time, it may be because this is apparently depicting an eclipse of some sort, that maybe something significant happened to them on a day when that happened. You know what I mean? That they would want to commemorate that. So
yeah, sure, and you know, over time, it's just like one of those things where it's like, hey, this meant this at some point in history, and then now it means something different, and then it's like people tend to. You actually took that? What did you take? How did you take that? What did you P900?
Yeah, I got it just for that occasion, you know, and they were just coming out that summer of 2017, I think, and I wanted one, and so I finally got one, especially just in time for the eclipse. And I had it's interesting. It comes with a moon setting where you point it at the moon and you push a button and it frames it, you know, just to fill the frame and puts it, you know, the right focus. It works perfectly for the sun. And so I just set it to moon setting and then just tracked it. You know, I had to move it manually, but I would take a shot every certain number of seconds.
But you had a filter on it though?
Yeah. But it was a semi-cloudy day, so it was not optimal conditions, which is why it's so.
Yeah, I can see the clouds.
Yeah,
it's still pretty awesome though. It's still pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I keep watching.
I just stole it.
Did you? And it's lower quality than you would see on my channel. Of course, the original is better quality than that. It's not that bad on my computer, but on my channel you can get a little bit clearer because I have the actual video instead of a GIF. But if you look at the motion, it kind of dips. Like it comes from the upper right, and it goes across and down, and then it goes off to the upper left. If I could do it again, I would try to track it at the angle.
Let me ask you this, Paula. That being the case, since you saw that, is that the moon?
Hard to say. I'm looking at you. Sometimes some of the pictures, it looks like light shining around a ball. You know what I'm saying? Just different stages. And these are, I had hundreds of pictures, and I just picked out ones to make this GIF with. But, some of them kind of shine around. So I don't know. It's possible, but yeah, you can't see it coming and going. And they'll say, well, the sun is just that bright. And I'm like, well,
all right,
maybe
cool.
because...
Well, let me ask you another question, because you're one of the smartest flat earthers I've ever met.
Oh.
So now, according to their calculations, does it work out that could be the moon?
As far as I know, and I can't verify that it is in the general vicinity of where, if you could see it afterwards or before, but you can't. And that's the problem. It's all speculation. But later when you start to see, like the next night or 2 nights, when you can start to see a sliver again, it's where you would expect it to be.
Well, hey, here's another question I have. And Homeboy didn't understand what I was saying earlier. When it's new moon phase, that means that the moon is a physical object rolling around Earth's gravity, just whatever. It's just in a position where it's what we call the dark side of the moon is fully lit during the new moon phase, right? Somebody confirm this for me if you don't understand it.
It would have
Please,
to be.
Yeah, it would have to be. Yes. So waxing and waning phases are where the moon is in our position. This is, if you guys don't freaking confirm this, I just don't. I don't know if I can help anybody.
Another thing is, and I understand what you're saying on that. It must be lit on the other side. But a full moon, from our perspective, supposedly we are in a direct line in front of, between the sun and the moon.
Hey, Paula, before we get to that, I just want to get through my point about the new moon phase being fully lit from the other side.
Right.
Now, if it was a physical object and it's full moon, right? And if it was lit by the sun, boom, we don't see the moon in the sky for a couple of days, right? Almost 3 days. But it's a full moon if you were looking at it from the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were on Earth, if it was a physical body there and there were light, I would think you could use different filters to find the light ring. It's like the moon can't disappear.
Right, you should see a ring or something, at least a little bit lit up.
Yeah, thank you. Continue. I'm not gonna belate the point. But thank you. We agree. Continue.
Yeah, and let me say, the converse of that is the Stellar eclipse, where the geometry is not lining up, and they're like, yeah, but the sun's so big, so far away, and they stretch that geometry, and they say a little refraction in there. So that's almost like the contrary of the point that you were making, Helio, of
Dude, if every single month or approximate month we experience a new moon phase, you would be able to find this ring of light before it starts waxing again. This is nobody ever sees it. The moon completely disappears in the sky.
Right, but for the Selenilian, they're saying that the light's jumping around, bouncing around, doing all this stuff, but never once does that happen during a new moon. You can't see crap. Like if you ever try with a camera, I mean, looking for the moon, I mean, you might be able to use an app to locate it, but you will not see it. There's no
you
not
can
one pixel.
use an app. Yeah, I use apps all the time. Like sometimes I'll see some stuff in the sky and be like, what is that? And I was, oh, that's Jupiter. Oh yeah, it looks badass. And I'm gonna zoom in on it, and then I'll use my binoculars. Oh, I can see the moons, of Jupiter, whatever. But this thing, the moon, new moon phase. Can you zoom in on the moon in the new moon phase and see anything?
No, I've tried. No?
Yeah, you can't. You can't find it. So is the light from the sun causing the phases of the moon?
Who knows? It's like I say, there has to be some external light on the moon when it's not full because it has surface shadows, and you cannot get that from self-illumination. If it's coming from within completely, you wouldn't have surface shadows.
Yeah, I mean, it could. Now, the sun might have something to do with the light of the moon.
Right.
But their explanation of the moon being a rock orbiting around Earth, and we experience phases because of our position here, which, dude, we should actually just really delve deep into this and show how much nonsense this is. Because every single day, everyone on Earth, as the moon phases, from waxing to waning, you can ask someone one day, "Hey, did you see the moon in this phase?" Doesn't matter where you are on Earth, they're going to say, "Yes, I saw the moon in that phase." How can that happen?
Yeah, that's the thing, is they will tell you that they can triangulate the position of the star by, somebody on one side of the Earth and somebody on the other side of the Earth because of the width of the Earth that they presume. But you somehow can't account for that any other time. You can't do that with the moon. It doesn't work anymore.
I know, it's just freaking crazy. Yeah, the moon is so awesome. So it's just like we can disprove their whole heliocentric idea just with what they proclaim about the moon. So I mean we can do it in other ways, but this idea about the moon being tidally locked to Earth, that's a really dumb explanation. I mean, I've been looking into it for several years, and it's just like, duh. The moon disproves their explanation. I mean, it doesn't necessarily disprove flat Earth or globe Earth, but what they're saying about it doesn't make any sense at all.
Right, and I posted in the chat here the links to my video and how I made it on the 2017 eclipse.
Cool.
Sure.
I guess. No, I was going to say. I mean, I was hoping that we'd get. I mean, this is a small server that has hosted us here. I've been talking to some of the admins. I was hoping they'd be here, but I guess maybe they don't like me or whatever. Well, if they didn't like me, they wouldn't give me the rate this room. But hey, would you guys be interested in actually doing some more live streams from here? Because I don't feel like we're going to go anywhere besides talking to each other.
Well, I'll tell you another thing. I'll tell you another thing that it seems like the eclipses, like the way they happen, it's like, how could it be? It would have to be a projection, wouldn't it? Because how could it be its own light and have because then you get into it getting charged or whatever by the electromagnetic fields or the electromagnetic energy within the atmosphere or something like that, like maybe a crystalline structure or whatever, like all the different conceptual ideas of how it could be its own light.
Have you ever seen the
energy.
movie? You ever seen the movie Apocalypto? Mel Gibson movie.
I don't think so, but
yeah, I mean it's
seems
pretty
like it would
gruesome,
have to
and
be
it's a Mel Gibson film, and what spoiler alert, at the end you find that these guys are freaking sacrificing humans to their god or whatever, and then once the eclipse comes, now this is where the political thing comes in. They already knew the eclipse was coming, right? They're
we have
Aztecs,
two new ones in here, Helio. Maybe they have some
All right,
questions about
cool.
the Earth.
Yeah. Let's not.
Kyle the Commie and Pink Piggy 36.
Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Yo, I'm just listening. You guys can go ahead.
Oh, come on! Don't be scared. We're gentle giants.
I'm not.
Do you believe the Earth is spherical?
Me personally, yes.
Both of you, yeah.
And I can actually prove it.
Oh, you can prove it?
Are you gonna make us prove it?
I'm not going to make you do anything, but if you believe it is, I am curious about what makes you believe
I don't believe it. I know it is. So yesterday I was in a call on a server, and Nick the Flat Earther was there, and he brought up 2 points, and so did his buddy, one of the other lead admins. I forgot his name now. And I did. So he said that if the Earth is round, every single mile it should drop off 8 centimeters. That's the calculation that I did.
It's actually 8 inches, and it's 8 inches per mile squared. So it's like it's compounded. So every mile it gets worse.
No, I don't think that.
Yeah, it's like because since it's squared, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So, like for example, 10 miles is 66 feet a drop. 100 miles is 6,000.
Before we start, the new guys, make sure that everyone's looking at the same text room.
Give me a second. Everyone else can speak. I just want to do some math real quick. Like
we'll go. Make sure you're looking at Helo Skeptic's chat, because I'm about to start posting something. If you guys are going to continue.
Yeah, So we were talking about the 8 inches per mile squared. So what about that proves globe or flat Earth?
Because so he showed me a photo that as a boat goes over the horizon, if you use a telescope and look back into the telescope, you can then see the boat. Or if you zoom into the boat.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you can do this because as the naked eye he said that the naked eye can only see 13 miles, which is also wrong, but that doesn't really matter because you can see stars and stuff, which are 1 billion years away, so it really doesn't matter. But you can
that's a belief, yeah.
As you look with your naked eye over, it fades away, of course. And if you get your telescope, if you zoom in, you won't be able to see the bottom of the ship because it's under the horizon. And you can actually calculate the amount of the ship that's under the horizon. So if you take a ship that's 100 meters tall, say like a cruise ship, and then that then gets sent off, say after 50 kilometers out or something, a portion of the ship will be under the horizon, and you can calculate the portion of the ship that's under the horizon by using the Earth's circumference and math, which is I'm about to do that now. So
okay, yeah, that's
why
exactly.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you for. Do you, like, if you knew the exact calculation?
No, I'm going to do it now because I was thinking about doing it, but I searched it up and they didn't have any, so I can't be bothered just searching it up. I'll just do it myself.
Oh, there's curve calculators. If you want, I could hook you up with one.
That's fine. I'll just do it myself. I'll just use Python, and then you can just.
Well, see, wait.
Can you do it yourself? I mean, how can you do it yourself? I mean,
well, you know what? Let's see him do it first, and then we could compare it.
Okay, we'll see.
Because I'm interested. He did say Pythagoras.
All I'm going to do is, so you use your triangle, right? And then you do your C as your center. What can I can't stream on here, can I?
Now you're taking into account observer height, correct?
Yeah, so then on your hypotenuse, you would do the Earth's radius plus your however far you want to be out, or however high your thing is. Right. So it would be I'm trying to think.
Okay. So this is calculating as if the Earth were a sphere for people just like listening. Begging the question. No, but we have to beg the question if we want to falsify it. So I'll let it go. Well, we don't have to beg the question, but we have to at least ask the question and answer it.
You know, but to be honest, if someone wants to present or make a claim, you know, about something, I mean, we should. We should give them the time to. Yeah, we'll try to be gentle, and we'll.
We know he's wrong.
No, we're not saying he's wrong. We're just like, it's like here's why we disagree.
Right.
I wonder if when looking at boats and ships
and
things,
or we can actually
far away and disappearing from the bottom up, and then zooming back into them or whatever, like disappearing and zooming back in and seeing part of the bottom still missing. I wonder if he's considered that there's less of an angle at the bottom, and due to angular resolution, that'll cause that effect. In addition to
you know what's really cool.
Waves and water.
So
we can also find points where we do agree, and then compare and contrast the differences.
So yesterday when I was speaking to Nick and this other guy, they went on about all this antichrist and religious bullshit that I honestly couldn't care less about. I was talking about just, is the Earth flat?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You found the right place. We're talking about flat.
You know what I mean? Everything else I couldn't care about, how like Satan's trying to convince the governments that, to convince the people that Earth's flat, and NASA's in on it. And
okay, we heard that. All right, we're talking about flat Earth. Yeah, let's talk about the physical science.
So if you just use Pythag, right? There's no like Earth calculator or anything like that. If you move
Pythagoras is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right?
So it's just a simple bit of math. You get 35.7 kilometers. So if you see something that's 35.7 kilometers away, the curvature of the Earth should be around 100
In the
meters
Pythagorean theorem, are there any curved lines?
No, it's all straight. But
okay.
So if you take your angle,
then why are you bringing up Pythagoras then?
So he's just using it to calculate the drop.
Is what you do is when you have your angle, so you have your angle at the bottom where your Earth center is.
I thought the Earth was curved, and so why are you bringing up Pythagoras? So let's talk about someone else.
I can actually show you.
Okay, all right. So how many flat triangles make a curve?
It's not about that. You don't need that.
Okay, well tell me how I don't need it.
So pretty much. So do you have a piece of paper with you?
No, Helio posted.
I don't need a fucking. I posted. Are you looking in the Helio Skeptics chat right there? Are you looking at where I posted?
Yeah. Why are you acting like you don't understand? You posted he transposed the right.
I freaking posted a couple links that it freaking show you.
Yeah, there you go. No, it's like that. So you see your.
You said Pythagoras. I didn't.
That is Pythag.
No, it's
so what you've.
What you've done. All right, well, so you're gonna have to raise above a certain elevation to get a 90-degree angle to the curve, right?
Yeah. So then, what I'm saying is that the difference in between. So, all right. So you know how you have your two R's. So that's the Earth's radius, of course, right? And then your V. So your V variable is going to be your height of what you're trying to find. Or your height of what you know.
Yes,
what I mean?
We're quite aware of that.
Your V is for me is 100. So my building is 100 meters tall. So it would take from H to O, it will be 35.
Yeah, I was about to ask them the same thing. Hold on. Do you know what the claimed radius or circumference of Earth is?
The radius of the Earth, yeah, I do. It's 6,371 kilometers. That's the radius.
All right.
And then the circumference.
Continue. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah, let me make
the
this
circumference
clear.
of the Earth is 40,000, roughly 40K.
Right. So we're dealing with a model. We're dealing with math right now. Just to make this clear, we're not putting this up against reality yet. We're just So even if the Earth is a sphere or not, we still want to figure out what the drop rate and eventually, which my next question is going to be about the hidden value, because I like to distinguish between the drop and the hidden, but I don't know if we're there yet. So we'll get there.
So then basically using this math, so if you want to find something, so like if you're trying to do something to prove that the Earth is flat, or to, well, not to prove that the Earth is flat, because you would prove that the Earth isn't flat by doing this. But if you would take something that's, say, 5 meters tall, if you put that thing that's 5 meters tall 8 kilometers away from you, you will be able to see a 5 meter drop in the Earth's what is it called? Am I tripping?
Curvature.
Yeah. So it will dip over 5 meters over the horizon. If you look over 8 kilometers,
right?
That's using the math. That's just plugging in numbers.
Yeah. So that leads into my topic that I wanted to kind of bring in here. So like that's why I said, so drop is a specific formula. 8 inches per mile squared. There's other formulas, whatever. But drop is one thing. And then we get into hidden. So based on how high you are above the surface of the sphere, there would be a certain amount of hidden value, meaning that it would obstruct your vision. So this is actually a different, I don't know if it's the same calculation that you did, but they're different values.
You can use the same calculation, yeah.
No, so they're actually different. I'll show you the difference. Hold on.
So if you still use Pythag, you can increase your radius to get your observer's point of view. So if your observer was to be 1 kilometer up, your radius would increase to 6,372. And then your other thing that you're trying to find the distance between them can then increase or decrease, decreasing your X value, because you would have a smaller angle of your difference. Do you get that?
Yeah. Well, I'll give you I have a diagram right now. So
send it on.
This is my favorite, one of my favorite diagrams to explain this. So if you look, you see you have a hidden, you have drop. Like there is, you have the curvature and you have your drop, which you can see represented. There's like a vertical line and you could see how much the Earth dropped in that distance. But you have a hidden value. And what you'll notice is that the hidden value is not the same as the drop value. That's like a common.
What is the hidden value?
Okay, so in this case, I did 16 kilometers.
What is the hidden value? You know what I mean? Like, what actually is it?
The hidden value, right? So, okay, so you notice how you have what's called the sagitta, right? That's like you have an arc, you have a sagitta. So that sagitta is going to physically obstruct your vision from that, where the observer is. It's going to physically block. You see what I mean? Like that, it's going to form a bulge between point A and point B, and that bulge, depending on how far you are, it's going to obstruct a certain amount of, as a result of it dropping and there being, well, not to get into, I don't even want to get into the other part.
Why is there a bulge? Because that's the Earth. The Earth's. Is that what you're saying? That's like the Earth's curvature going around, and at a certain height, you should hit a point where you have a hidden value because you're. Oh no, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah,
now.
It's like if you think about a simple version, is like if you're looking at a basketball. And you have like a little toy on top of the basketball, and as you move that toy, wait, hold on, let me just give you a demonstration.
Yeah.
As you move you have like a little Lego toy, whatever, on a basketball. As you move it down the basketball, like you're gonna lose sight of it. You see what I mean? Like it's gonna that basketball is good. That is gonna block you. Yeah.
So basically, with this diagram that you've shown me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have around about a fourth of the entire Earth inside one thing. The viewer's height that you need to achieve something like this is a lot. So if you want to achieve something like that, you're looking at it's like a distance of the curvature at around about 10,000 kilometers. And on top of that, you're probably going to be looking at just the diagram and using, you're probably about 10, 15 Ks up in the air, maybe about 30 Ks up. I can do the math. I just can't be bothered.
Well,
so this diagram, like, so as you zoom into a ball or as you zoom into a curve, the line straightens out until you get a relatively flat line, which is the Earth. So
No,
if you take
I understand.
you know what I mean? So
I'll say I don't think it's to scale. I think you might be right about that. Like I don't think it's illustrated to scale. But as far as the the calculations, I can show you right now. That's really the important thing. I think that's more of an exaggerated version for you to understand the concepts.
And that makes sense though. But you can also prove that it happens in real life because of the curvature. So if you have a spacecraft that's looking over the parallel to the Earth, so what I mean parallel is that you have a spacecraft that's moving. So say we're over the equator, right? Say we have the ISS, it's moving over the equator, right? And for a moment, you take the Earth's curvature and you put it into a straight line. So you have two parallel lines of the ISS movement and the Earth's curvature. Like, do you get that? Like, there's just two parallel lines, right?
Right. Okay.
So as you take that, as you look over where the Earth's curvature is, you won't be able to see around the other side of the planet because that's the largest bit of the planet, which you can actually observe in space. So that visible part that you see there is everything behind Earth. But then the thing is, you also have something that's called I'm not sure if it's special relativity or it's general relativity, but the thing is that light can bend around gravity. So as gravity bends the space-time continuum, light falls into the well. So you can actually see a little bit behind. So instead of it being a straight line, it should be a little bit curved, but honestly, it's not that much because it's Earth we're talking about, so it's not that deep.
Right. Okay, but, I get what you're saying, but yeah, that's when you're really, really high up.
Yeah.
Like the ISS.
So you can't really get that where you're not high up, because if you're not high up, then your horizon point will, you know what I mean? So if you lower your viewer height, it's like at the moment it's so high up, but if you put it as like a K up, like you're on top of a mountain.
Yeah, well, I get that.
You know what I mean?
But here's where you'd be surprised. So like if you're on the ground, you're a 6 foot tall person. Over 10 miles, if you're looking at something over 10 miles, that's 66 feet of drop. I mean, that's not, is, you know.
You can't actually see the 66 feet of drop. And I don't even think it is 66 feet of drop. I'm pretty sure it's
well,
not
that's what the math, that's what the 8 inches.
I don't think it's squared, because if it's squared, it means that
you can look it up, dude. I've been doing this for years. It's squared.
I'm pretty sure it's
well, you're wrong. I'm telling you, you're wrong. 100% positive. You might want to look that up. But regardless, the point is, and that's why I'm pointing this out, there's a specific hidden value, right? So like, for example, if I'm looking at a building and the hidden value, the math is saying, well, okay, 100 feet should be hidden, meaning that from my height and that distance, 100 feet of the Earth should be obscuring, let's say, this building. Now, I'm seeing the whole building, and the building's 100 feet tall, and I'm standing on the beach. So, I mean, if I'm making this observation on a regular basis, there's no, I'm disproving the math. I'm showing that the math is incorrect. So,
hey, hold on. Mitty, we finally got someone to join that kind of understands the concept that we're saying. You're standing on top of the ball and you're looking straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You're not looking down. You're looking straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand that?
So what you have to think about this, right, is that everything is relative. So
everything is relative based on what?
Yeah. Based on just everything. So like as an ant, I'm a giant.
Everything.
Like no, just think about this, right? If I'm
based
an ant,
on space, yeah, I heard him say that bullshit.
Then you're a giant. If I'm a person, a plane is huge. If I'm a building,
what if the Earth is huge, right? Or how big is the Earth?
So
we already went
us,
over how big the Earth is.
No,
so now we can stand on top of the Earth. Everywhere you're standing on top of Earth, if it's a ball, no, you're gonna have to listen to me for a second.
Okay, go ahead. Then.
Everywhere you're standing on top of Earth, you're on top of the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking straight ahead.
Yes.
So when we're giving you these diagrams that Mitty shared and I shared, why would you consider that Where is this? Where is the? You're not looking down. You're looking straight ahead. Where's this Earth curve that you're talking about?
I'm just going to finish off my point with everything's relative, right? And then So for us, the Earth is huge, right?
Well, okay. But hold on. It's huge. Yes, Earth is huge.
Just let me
Ball
speak
Earth
now,
is
right?
huge. But we already established the numbers. We know what they claim the size of Earth is. We've already talked about that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like everything is
No,
relative.
we're talking about that. You're going to have to stay inside this thing. This 3,959 mile ball Earth. I didn't skip shit. Pardon my French.
Let me speak. Like, I have like 2 more things I need to say.
Go ahead.
All right. So everything is so like for us, the Earth is huge, but the sun is huge, and the Earth is small compared to it. And then compared to other stars, the sun is really small, and that is huge. So what, you know what I mean? So
why are you going to the sun? Why are you going to the sun?
So what I'm trying to say, right, is as you zoom in. So in this diagram, you have a fourth of the Earth. Right, that's a fourth of the Earth, and the Earth is very big for us. But as you zoom in, the line will straighten out, getting you a straighter line. That's why we feel like the Earth is flat. What was your point again? I forgot the thing that you were saying.
Yeah, I know you lost the point because you said that you can only see further as you rise in elevation, and you're making our point. Yes, you did. And anyway, go ahead.
That was the other guy.
All right, but let me say there's a numeric value that can be calculated. It's not just like, oh, it looks flat. No, it's like there should be 100 feet of obstruction, and I'm seeing a 100-foot building where there should be 100 feet missing. So I mean, it's not. I don't. You know what I mean? It's there's a. It's not just math. We're applying the math to the real world, and it's not lining up. So
yeah, I'm struggling. To figure out what he's talking about too, Mitty. Man, I mean, God, dang, man, what is?
It's not every single mile. It's mile square. It's not squared. Because
can you provide me a citation for that? Because I mean, I've been doing this for quite a while now.
I'll explain it for a second. So,
no, I need a citation because otherwise it's just you're talking.
Yeah, it's just you making up what you think is happening when we're giving you a citation. We're giving you evidence for numbers and everything. You know where. We don't want you to make anything up anymore. It's just we're past that point.
I'll give you a citation if you want. Here, you can even Google it.
Okay, assume that
Earth's curvature formula. I'll just type that into Google, DuckDuckGo, whatever. And let me do.
Hey,
Google.
Maybe we should go through the Black Swan with him, and then we'll show him that. Show him that.
Yeah. Here, what is the rate of Earth's curvature? Let's see if we can get. They don't give you a direct. How much is the curvature of Earth? They don't really give it to you now. How do you calculate? Interesting. They're not really. You used to be able to Google it. Earth curve formula, maybe. It doesn't have a snippet anymore. It used to be like a snippet.
It's all just flat Earth things. I want like an actual.
I can give you the calculation, and it's.
No, it's fine. I can do it myself if I need to.
It's 1.22. Where the horizon should be is 1.22 miles.
Yeah, 1.22
miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and you already know that.
Yeah, which is actually it's a very accurate approximation based on the there's a trigonometric calculation, but it's within like ridiculous accuracy, so nobody uses it. But it's just a fun fact.
Yeah, but that's spherical geometry. That's why,
right? Because I don't have this program that I can do this with. But
no, it's
so
actually
pretty much.
trig.
Actually, I can do this. Actually, I can do the. Oh no, I can't. Never mind.
All right. Well, let's address the image I just posted. See what I just posted there in the helioscope.
I'm not finding anything for 8 inches per mile squared anymore. It's like they're doing away with it. Maybe what's going on?
They can't. If they still claim that the Earth is 3,959 miles in radius, they can.
There's the Metabunks Earth curve.
Oh,
Yeah.
he doesn't go with. What does he go with? He probably uses.
Well, let's talk about the Black Swan with him.
Hang on. I'll get it. Which one are you specifically looking for, Mitty?
Oh,
and I can find it.
Well, I was looking
I think
for
you're
a
talking about the
citation.
one that Elijah talks about.
No, but I was looking for a citation
into the chat, right?
To show that 8 inches per mile squared is like the agreed upon, formula for Earth curvature.
Even if we'll just leave it like that, we'll say it's 8 inches. It probably is. I never did any calculations for it, so I'm just going to go off your
Well,
word.
sure. I mean, we've already posted
All right.
images that show you how to calculate it. Whatever.
Yeah,
But let's go over
you
the
could
Black
do
Swan.
All right, here, let me just show them how you can prove it right now. So Mick West, he is a flat Earth. He's not a flat earther. He's a debunker, right? So
Who
if
is,
you go, Mick West, some dude, he debunks stuff. But the point being, you can do the math yourself. He has your geometric drop, and then you could actually do 8 inches per mile squared and see if it lines up, and it'll be within decimal points of his calculation.
Yeah, and see what I have a problem with Mick West's calculator is that when you're standing on top of a ball looking straight ahead, and they say there's this large hump of water, which you brought up earlier, Mitty, was the Sagittarius, right?
Yeah.
You're not looking down at that object. Why does the horizon ramp up to your eye level? This is, I mean, it's just insane.
Until I get the right one, Mitty. I don't know if that one is or not, but
oh, it's fine.
If you guys want to watch the video that I sent, right? If you guys want to watch the video that I sent, or like a little bit of it, he can actually. It's called AutoCAD. It's just a Adobe thing. I don't actually have it, but you pretty much you can actually do the curvature of the Earth and zoom in, and then you can find the angles and stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be. You're gonna find the same results. Like I've cross-checked them with AutoCAD.
Yeah, bro, man, it's gonna be the same thing.
It's going to be like you can see how small. It's not for that. It's like you can see how small. The
yeah, so now the Earth is small.
Well, no. He's saying that the Earth is so big and we're so small and blah blah blah. But we have improved the Earth. This is more theoretical still. So yeah, we should definitely move to the Black Swan. But before we just slam him with the Black Swan, maybe we could ask him a little bit about like what the horizon is to him, like what he thinks the horizon is. Is that a fair question, Pink?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. The horizon is literally just that when the Earth goes like beyond its curvature, you can see out into space. Basically, that's pretty much what it is. It's just that
wait,
it, like, curves off.
Before anyone continues. So when you're standing on the shore of an ocean, or a very large lake, you look out, and you see the horizon. That's the curvature of the Earth.
No, the horizon would be like space, technically.
How can the horizon be space? Because all you see is the water and the sky appearing to meet.
Actually, so you see the thing that Truth Prevails just sent to your thing? You can use that. So you see how like at the very top, he's looking, the guy, like the line is straight at the very top.
Yeah.
So if I was looking out straight, that's what I would see. So I'll be looking into space. But then of course you have to think that things are relative.
That being what you're saying, so based on that, has anyone ever told you that, or did you just come up with this idea yourself?
No, that's just like, I feel like to me it's just common sense.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. That being the point, do me a favor. Look up definition of horizon. You don't have to make it up. There's already a definition. And then once you look it up, read it out, and then we'll continue our conversation from there.
It sounds like he thinks the horizon.
I don't care. I want him to answer.
So the definition of a horizon is that the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Okay,
That's the definition of it.
All right, is that what you described it as?
Yes and no.
No, there is no yes and no. You didn't say that.
Because I said that, but it's like I'm looking into the sky, but it just says that it's where the Earth's surface. And
You
the sky
said the
appear to meet,
horizon is like where you see space. That's retarded.
Okay, yeah.
I was asking what the horizon is to me, right? And to me, when you look over the horizon, you literally you're seeing into space. Basically, that's what it is for me.
Okay, all right. So it's where. So we could all agree that the horizon is where the Earth appears to meet the sky. But where we start to disagree is that you think that it's caused by the curve of the Earth, and you're actually looking into like space. That's where we disagree.
And
why do we disagree?
All right, here's why we disagree, because you read the definition of horizon out, and everyone except for you agrees with the definition.
No, the other guy just said that.
Does it say anything about the curvature of the Earth in that definition you read out?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then you're the only one that disagrees.
I agree with it.
Well, he thinks that the Earth is appearing to meet the sky as a result of the Earth curving away.
Yeah, but there's nowhere in the definition does it say curvature of Earth.
That's correct.
Because that's not the definition of horizon.
What?
Right? Exactly.
Because
you just read it. I told you to look it up. Yeah. You read it. It doesn't say curvature of Earth in the definition.
Is where the Earth's surface and the sky appears to meet. That's what it is. It doesn't say anything
no
about
shit.
It's
Yes,
just where it
we all agree on that.
Yeah.
All right. So where's curvature? Where's curvature involved?
Well, curvature is the reason why you have a horizon.
Okay. So
all right. Let's continue from here. Since we know. Go ahead, Mitty.
Yeah. So like I posted that diagram. I'm going to post another section of it focusing on the horizon. So if you see in the same now, like I said, this is from Mick West. He actually his job is to debunk flat Earth and stuff. So he's not even a flat earther. This is agreed upon by the globe, the people who believe in it. So you see that X horizon, you got an X marks the spot.
Yep.
Right. So basically your line of sight is meeting the sagitta. That's what, we talked about. That's like the highest point of that arc. So your eye line is meeting with that sagitta.
Why is the sagitta not where the horizon is? The sagitta should be more to the left. It should be on point with the horizon.
You know what? That's a good question.
It doesn't matter. We'll just assume that it is.
Yeah.
Continue.
Let's just say, I think the scale could be probably better. I don't know. I think it's just not to scale. I think that's my best.
It's fine. Just continue.
Answer to that, but it's not my. Like I said, he's not even a flat earther, so he's not even one. I can't speak for him. But anyway, So the point being, though, that sagitta comes up and obstructs your vision, and that's kind of where they appear to meet. So you're probably thinking that that's what causes the horizon, and it's more of like a physical phenomenon due to the physical curvature, and that's where we kind of will show you a different perspective of what the horizon actually is.
Let me say something on the sagitta thing. I mean, when you're standing on top of Earth, which is a sphere, in the heliocentric model, right? Nobody's looking down. You're just trying to see as far as you can see. I mean, it's just like, hey, see what I said. All right, so are you looking down at something? Or is the curve of the Earth ramping up in front of you, causing obstruction? I mean, come on, bro. Can you freaking think for yourself, or what's going on?
Say your observer is at the horizon in this example, right? So they're standing and they're looking towards the camera. Yeah? Can you get that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the horizon would be that little point where it starts to dip off. So where your exponential curvature of the Earth, I think it actually is squared, by the way, because it's exponent. Yeah. So it's where its exponential part starts to dip off, and you get that nice curve, that like the distance between the straight line and the curve increases.
It's
the
nice
where the
curve
horizon would be.
The nice curve where it starts to drop off. And then,
Yeah,
and
so
then
you
it starts
see-
to
you see
obstruct
how they're,
things. It starts to obstruct things from the bottom up. Is that
No,
what?
see, you see how like there's like that little point where like they're the same line, but then you get to a point where like they just start opening up. Like there's like a little bit of white. Can you see that? Yeah or no?
I
I think you should go back and listen to this afterwards. you'll hear what is wrong about this.
Say you're the horizon, so right, so you're the person standing at the horizon and you're looking towards the eye camera, right? So you're going from right to left, not left to right. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys picture? All right. So as you look straight, there's a little bit that starts to open up, and there's like there's that white triangle in the middle, but like the very end bit, the very right bit, there's like a little. That's where the horizon would be, because that's where the Earth starts to drop off, giving you a clear sight of the space, and it looks like Earth and space meet. So that's why you have the appearance that the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet at the horizon.
Right, but you would have that same effect from the original observer. The difference being that your second observer position, your eyes are actually on the ground. You notice how the observer is.
Yeah,
you see that.
So that would be the difference, but the
Which
thing
is
is
a
that
good segue.
I think it's probably a lot. I think it's probably a lot easier to picture if you're the horizon in this scenario, because no one's going to be standing, 170 k's up in the air in space and then looking over the horizon. You know what I mean?
That's why that's a bad example.
Yeah, because that's why it's bad, because nobody sees over the horizon. The horizon is based on your own perspective. You can only see the horizon from where you are. The horizon is the apparent position,
right,
where the ground meets the sky. It's an apparent position. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth at all.
Yeah, well, we haven't fully established that, and so he still believes that.
Yeah, it's fully established. I mean, I had him read it out. Did you hear him say it?
Yeah, no, right. No, I know, but I'm going to take that a step further with the we're going to go into the Black Swan now. This is
I don't know what the
more
Black
of an
Swan is.
introduction.
Go on, let's hear it.
Yeah. So, okay. So if you notice, I'll send you the calculation from the screenshot. So I put in an observer height of 1 foot. Now I use the imperial, or whatever it's called, the imperial system.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm just more comfortable with that. But I mean, you could click metric, you could enter the values in, you could, convert it. But anyway, so you notice I underlined the geometric horizon. So that's what you think the horizon is, like where the Earth is curving away, and like in that diagram, your line of sight is meeting the hump of Earth, and it's causing this apparent junction between the sky and the ground. So 1.22 miles. So imagine you're on the ground, you're a foot off the ground. Do you think that that's where the horizon is going to be at 1.2 miles? Or you think it could be like further?
I'm trying to think about it.
Or if it is
probably it would probably be around there. Yeah. So if you're in the ocean and you're looking across the ocean towards the horizon would seem like it's closer than further away between when you get out. So yeah, I think that this is it would be around about one. I don't know. I can't do the math in my head, but it would be around that. Yeah.
Okay, so then the next question is like, do you ever think it would be possible to see the horizon at, let's say you could measure where the horizon is, like somehow you had a way to know where it was. Would you think that you could see the horizon like 10 times further than 1.2 miles?
It all depends, because when you're talking about just the horizon, it's just where, like, from the definition, it's where they meet. But from the naked eye, when you look across stuff, it's like you don't know where it is. I can't look at something 10 k's away and be like, yeah, that's 10 kilometers away, exactly on the dot, and it's this height, and it's, you know what I mean? Like, I can't do that.
But let's say honestly, we could.
If we could, I'm not sure, because personally, when I'm looking out, you could determine the horizon to be further or closer or where it is. You know what I mean? It all just depends. Like if you picture yourself in the ocean, right, and you're looking across on the flat line, like you would see it meet, like it would see it appears to meet, but you're not sure where it meets. But the thing is, because it's exponential.
If you hold on, it's not exponential. I mean, it's impossible. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let Truth. Yeah, you got
Trooper
this.
Bales, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask him before, because I know. Okay, so what he's trying to ask you is if you believe that the Earth is spherical and that where the Earth appears to meet the sky is the horizon, and if that is where the Earth, that has to be where the Earth curve begins. Wouldn't you agree? If it's spherical, that would you think that it would be possible to see beyond the curve? Do you think you could see around the curve? Would the horizon extend beyond the point at where the predicted geometric horizon would be?
It depends. Again, it's all very dependent on a lot of variables. That's the only problem.
Yeah. Well, what?
Because if you're looking like across over an ocean, if there's a big wave, you're going to be able to see it. You know what I mean? Like it's dependent. It depends on where the tide is. It's dependent on
we're not
like
talking
a lot
about
of
a
variables.
vast distance here, because we're going to minimize it, right, to reduce as many variables as we can. So what if we're talking about the bare minimum, like 1 foot
So you have
observer
a
height,
flat
and then you've
surface to
got
have-
like a 1.225 miles away. If that's where the curvature should begin, at 1 foot, like how far beyond that do you think that you should be able to see if the Earth were spherical?
You wouldn't be able to see the ocean line any further than 1.32, but you would be able to see ships that are above the ocean line that are further away.
Okay,
You know
well,
what
we're
I mean?
just talking about the horizon, so that's what I wanted. That's all I wanted to ask.
Well,
Okay,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
I want to know it. You said the ocean line. What is that?
So if
What's
you're
that?
in the ocean, right? So you're 1 foot in the ocean. So from your body to your head, and your body's where the ocean is, it's 1 foot, right? So past your 1.22 miles, you won't be able to see the ocean. It would look like the horizon. But if you have a ship in the distance that's a lot taller, you would be able to still see the ship.
Yeah, you're.
So the
Wait,
illusion of
hold on,
horizon-
hold on.
Maybe see objects.
You
but,
just
well,
made up a word I've never heard of. Ocean line. You said the ocean line. What is
No,
that?
I was just trying to I just assume that you guys.
He's meaning the horizon.
It's just the ocean. It's just, you know what I mean. I'm just like.
I just want to make sure.
I'm
Because
thinking
I mean,
about this
we're
in my
about to
head
get
with,
into
like-
it, and he's just going to start making nonsense
I'm
up
thinking
again.
about I'm thinking about this in like lines and like geometric like things and stuff, just so I can like understand like that's the curve and stuff. So when I'm talking about
geometric
the ocean
things
line,
and stuff.
If you want to know the
I'm just
technical
talking about.
term.
I'm just like talking about like this for me in my head, like this is the ocean line, that's the observer's eyesight, that's the curvature, that's a ship in the distance, that's the that's what I'm thinking of as. So I'm sorry that I said that, but I meant the ocean, like the ocean.
It's called the aquatic horizon when you're looking at the horizon over an ocean. That's the technical term for just for anyone's reference. But we know what you meant. But okay, so let's say you're looking at the horizon, you're 1 foot in, you're just in the water, you're just in a body of water, right? And you're surrounded by water, and you see the horizon, and there's a ship, and you know the person in the ship, right? So you can call them up, and you can GPS track them, let's say, and you know they're 1.2 miles away, right? Now let's say there's another day where the same scenario, except you notice that the ship, you're tracking it, and it's 10 miles away, and the horizon is still beyond that ship. That would be like weird, right? That would be like, what the heck's going on?
Because you're talking about different heights.
No, I'm talking about the same height, just a different day.
No, but this is what I'm saying, because you wouldn't be able to get that effect. So if the ship
you don't think that's possible is really what we're getting to, right? You don't think that's possible?
It's like a better example would be to have a submarine that just had 1 foot above the ground, so you're
like
level with it.
This is what he's saying.
Right.
We're sticking with 1 foot observer height, no matter what you're looking at. In the examples that he's giving you, he's sticking with 1 foot observer height. Right, we're getting as close to the ground as we can get, and that's where we're sticking with.
Because you have to have so you know that example before that you gave me, right, with the horizontal dip and stuff, and the viewer height. You know the one that you sent. Right. So if you take that for account, right, so your viewer height is 1 foot, yeah.
Right. That's why it's
and then you're looking
time.
flat. So
Yeah,
the thing so your horizons, right? So if your eye camera, so you take that horizontal line, if you have something beyond your horizon point that is higher than the Earth, you would still be able
we're
to
not
see
talking about that. We know that. We're not talking about that. We don't care. We're not talking about that.
Yeah, I think
you keep diverting to that.
I think
because that's
before
what I thought
we
you meant.
yeah,
No one cares
well,
about
okay. I mean, you say you've heard the black swan before. Let's actually state the black. Okay, well, let's state the black swan argument and then see if you can disagree with this.
Okay, let's post the image and we'll get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because this is not the beautiful thing about the black swan is it totally eliminates any other arguments about objects on the horizon, beyond the horizon. This is just about the horizon and where it is and where we're seeing it, and in relation to our observer height. So this is someone going to post it?
I'm posting it. I just posted it. I got it.
Okay.
This is that's one of them. There's another one that has the quote of the logical argument involved as well. But we're quite familiar with that. You guys can.
Yeah, but I like how we're taking it slow.
But hey, Pink, are you seeing what I just posted?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Right,
I
cool.
can explain it to you.
Okay, no, I don't want you to explain it to me. I want me or someone else to tell you what our argument is first, and then you give a rebuttal. Can you do that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I've been chilling this whole time, man.
Cool.
Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, let me just I could start it off, and then Helio, if you want to take it from.
I'm just listening. I'm listening. You guys are doing great.
Right. Well, where I like to start is like in that photo. Where is the horizon? Like, is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond them?
It would be before. It would be before, yeah.
You see the horizon before.
No, where do you see it? The question was, where do you see the horizon in that photo?
So you would see it where...
Not would you see it. I'm talking about where do you see it?
In that photo,
you see how there's no ocean beyond.
Oh my god, this guy's fucking impossible.
Right, exactly. Yeah, where there's no, hold up. All right, I got him. Don't worry. Exactly what you just said. You notice how there's no ocean beyond that point. Where is that point where the sky is appearing to meet the ocean? Where is that point? Is it beyond, let's say, the platform habitat, or
no?
Is
it looks like it's around about that little point in the middle. See that little point in the middle? That little
thing in the ocean, whatever that is.
It looks beyond that. Everything beyond that you can't see. It's all horizon beyond that.
Right, but I'm.
How many horizons do you see in that photo?
No, there's only one horizon. So what I'm saying is where. I'm just
I know this dude's impossible, man. He doesn't even understand it.
If you want to talk about that little thing, so obviously you can see the horizon is behind it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so the horizon, it looks like if you're looking at the platform habitat, which is a stationary oil rig, you can see that the leg of the platform habitat is resting a little bit before the horizon, it seems to be behind it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. So that's where we were trying to get to. So in this image, the horizon is beyond both platforms. Okay. And this image is actually a still shot from a video. The video is still on YouTube, so you can verify the observer height. But he was actually 1 foot above the above sea level.
Sea level. Yep.
When he took this, and he's done other observations slightly higher up, same height at different times. There's various black swans, but this was the original one that really opened up, I think, a lot of people's eyes to, where they're saying the horizon is, like in the math, versus where we actually see it. And since we have these beautiful oil rigs, we're able to actually get kind of a gauge of how far out that horizon is in this case, and it appears to be beyond 9.41 miles, which is almost 10 times further than what the math would predict.
I don't see any ocean out there, personally.
Hey, have you ever been to Santa Barbara? Have you ever been to Santa Barbara, California?
Nah, I'm Aussie.
All right, cool. So you can actually watch the video of him taking this image. He goes, you can see him walk down to the shore. He has a little tripod, and he puts this camera right next to the water. The tripod's actually in the water.
No, I don't even think he had a tripod in that one. I don't think he.
No,
I think he
straight
did.
up. No, I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. I think he sets it right there on the shore, and maybe he didn't. But yeah, I think he had a tripod. Otherwise, how could you?
Either way, but we know it was 1 foot regardless. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was like you could see the water first, and then he dips it up a little bit, and then boom, zoom straight in on these oil rigs, and look at the horizon. It's way past these oil rigs, man, and that's over 10 miles. Now, with the Earth's supposedly being a sphere that has 24,901 miles circumference, 3,959 radius. Where's the curve?
So you see how there's a difference in heights between each one of the platforms?
Oh yeah, because one's closer than the other one. Because one's bigger, but that's angular size.
No, it's not. So as
wait, you're saying it's not? Wait, you're saying it's not angular size because one's further away?
Yeah, but I thought we were talking about the horizon, though.
I know, but yeah, he wants to get away from it. He wants to get away from the horizon.
No, I don't want to get away from it. It says that the calculated one is 1.22. I said it's around about 1.22, but you guys have said it's different. It's all about your own observations.
So all right, cool.
And for me, I personally see the horizon around about 1.22. But then for me, what brings my attention to it is the difference in heights between each one of the oil rigs.
No, that's not about
how do you
the
see
oil
it at
rigs.
1.22?
But it should be.
Are you
this guy
seeing
don't get it.
Well, hang on. Are you? Where did you say that you were seeing the horizon at?
That little thing in the middle.
So it's not in the middle, but even hang on, because even if he says he sees it in between the two, right? The first oil platform is 6.21 miles away, and the second one is 9.41. Right.
Yeah.
So if we say that, then it's like what? Let's be generous and say 7 miles, or 7.5 or whatever. So it's more than 6 miles away.
No, but he agreed that it was beyond the 9.4 mile. He did, but then he's not addressing why it's so much further than what the math predicts. He's kind of diverting into other.
No, I said that you can't see the ocean past that little point. I don't really see the ocean. It's all just like where the sky.
Nobody said anything about seeing the ocean. We're talking about the horizon, bro.
And the horizon is where the Earth's surface and the sky meet. In this case, the Earth's surface
they never
is
meet.
The ocean.
It's where they appear to meet.
Exactly.
In that photograph, where do you see the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet? Is it beyond the first or second? Right? Is it beyond the second platform or not?
What you need to understand, right? I've already answered this question.
No.
What you need to understand.
You keep changing your mind.
No. What you need to understand is that it's all about your difference in observer. It's where the observer is. It's where.
And we already said that it was 1 foot.
I know. The thing is, for this, a lot of people see the horizon in a different spot. For me personally, I see a different spot than you guys say. You see it.
No, you agree.
Who the fuck is Rick rolling us, man?
I said it's where the middle is. That middle pit in the middle.
No, I said beyond. You said it was you said it was beyond that, and then you agreed it was.
You can literally see it because this level up bud is just like lol. He keeps saying would the little thing lol because I said the little thing in the middle.
Okay, can you do this? Can you take a screenshot of that photo and put an X where you think the horizon is?
The little thing. Can you see the little thing in the middle?
Right. Well, the horizon I'm seeing is beyond that little thing. So I don't get why you're focusing on the little thing. It feels like another diversion, actually.
Yeah, just do that.
Dave, I don't even know who that was, Dave.
Take a screenshot of it and draw a line across the photo, or I mean, he said put an X. That's fine, but just draw
Or
a line.
Yeah, a line is good too.
Where you think the horizon is, where you see the horizon at.
Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, I'll put the line where we already agreed it was, but now you don't want to really agree anymore.
Dude, just are you here to actually be honest and about this conversation? I mean,
yeah, I've been honest this entire time with you about this.
Yeah, I don't think you. Hold on. It doesn't matter if you're being honest or not. I mean, somebody's freaking playing music over us.
I'm not hearing it.
I hear.
Well, I'm hearing it, but anyway, I just disconnected.
I can't post stuff in any of these.
Hey, but check this out. I mean, you're having a conversation with us. Are you?
I can't post it.
I don't care if you can post anything or not. You've been talking to us about this. It seems like you're. I mean, you're trying to be honest. Maybe you're ignorant about a lot of this stuff. I mean, we're trying to, have an open, honest conversation. It seems like you're just filibustering yourself.
I think I have been pretty open this entire time, personally. I think
well, you can feel like it all you want, but at certain points, I can tell that you've come across this topic before. But that makes me know that you are just kind of wasting everyone's time by filibustering your own points, or just just making weird arguments that are non sequitur to anything that we're saying.
Yeah, let me.
It's getting very frustrating for me. So,
all right, I'll try one more time because I still have faith in him. So let me reform whatever. I don't know. Let me ask my question again. So basically, we're seeing in this image the horizon I posted. You're seeing it, and this is not, this is one of many images where I've done some of my own black swan style observations. We're seeing the horizon beyond the 9.41 mile oil rig. So how do you reconcile that, like on a globe Earth where the horizon's supposed to be geometrically speaking at 1.2 miles, and it's way further? Like, that doesn't alarm you in any way, or how do you rationalize that and still, believe in the globe Earth?
All right, so with this thing here that you've drawn the line for, I know that skeptics could be pretty pissed off about it because I'm going to talk about the oil rigs and the height of the oil rigs. All right?
So you're not going to address the horizon?
I will eventually.
Why not just start with? Can you just start with that? Because then you're going to piss everyone off.
Because we don't really care about what.
I'm about to go smoke a cigarette. I'm about to go smoke a cigarette, and you guys can talk about whatever you want to.
Because this is like my last chance to try to get you to be honest about it.
Yeah,
I am being honest about it.
Like, we don't really care about the oil rigs. The only reason they're even in the...
You need to care
wait,
about
hang
the oil
on.
rigs,
Let me say why, and you'll understand why, okay? The reason we don't really care about the oil rigs is because the only reason they're even in the photo, because we know that if someone goes out and they do an observation and they see too far and they're marking their distance by an object, then someone's going to say, well, how do I know, that object was really that far away?
It's the point of reference. Right. I know what it's for.
That's the only reason they're there.
But the thing is, you have to actually look at, no, you have to care about it, because you're asking me why I don't see this as an alarming thing that the horizon isn't. But the thing is, the horizon isn't. It's closer than both of the things. That's what I'm trying to explain for the observer. So this is why I need to talk about the oil rigs. All right. So in this, the oil rigs will be roughly the same height, right? But the thing is that platform habitat looks smaller than platform hill house, and the reason is because of the curvature of the Earth. You can't see the waterline or the bottom of platform habitat because it's under the horizon and it's past the Earth's curvature for this observer. So that's why you can't have the horizon past platform habitat, because you can't actually see the bottom of it, because the bottom of it is below the horizon in this photo for this observer.
right? And you can actually see it. You can, because you can't actually see the bottom.
Actually, I want to say something to this right here, because even if like we're actually at 10 miles, there should be, what is it, 10 miles be 66 foot of drop is what there should be. Are you saying that second platform is tall enough that it would stick up out of the water that much to where still 60 feet of the platform would exist beneath what you're seeing?
Yeah, because they're really big.
Well, he doesn't even know what the oil platform. You don't even know what they look like. You don't know what the bottom of it looks like to say that any of it is being hidden behind anything. So I mean, we're begging the question on crack a little bit.
So pretty much with this, you can see the bottom. You can see the bottom of our platform. You can see what you know what I mean. Like it's not. I'm going to search up the height of the platform.
Well, I mean, these are specific platforms in California, but the point again is we don't really care how big they are, or I mean,
but you need to, because that's another factor that you're not including.
Why?
All right. Because in this photo, right, if the Earth was flat, when you're looking at like straight on and you're looking at this, if they're both the same height, they should be the same height.
Oh, so this once again, you did this before, but now you're demonstrating your misunderstanding of perspective. That's why this is so important to factor in perspective, because you're I am
factoring perspective.
Well, let me put it this way: you think that the horizon is caused by the curve of the Earth, and we haven't clarified this, but we think that the horizon is caused by perspective. So that should maybe help you with where you're at right here. Because you're talking,
what are you talking about with perspective? Because it's both. That's the problem.
Well, let me ask you this then. How are you taking perspective into account in this particular example?
So in this person's perspective, the observer height is 1 foot, right? Mm-hmm. That's my thing. Because if you were standing on top of Mount Everest, the horizon would then be further away. So that's the perspective part of it. With this, you need to understand that both of these things are further, like, if they're the same height, they should be the same height if the Earth was.
How do you know are they the same height? Do you know if platform habitat was built to the same specs as Hill House?
It shouldn't be that much difference. It shouldn't be that much of a difference. That's the problem.
According to what this feels like something you're.
My knowledge on oil rigs,
which is what's your experience with oil rigs?
They usually mass produce oil rigs to make it cheaper. So most of the oil rigs are around the same height. They have around the same parts. They have we can search up the two heights if you want to search up one, because I can't find one.
I'm going to do
it. If you want to search up the height of it.
Are there that many oil rigs out there that they have to mass produce them like that?
They don't mass produce, but they use the same specs and stuff with them. And it depends on which thing you're doing. But this place, it's on the same oil field, right? So they're using the same sort of, like, you know what I mean? They're not going to be identical, but they're probably going to be around the same height, the same sort of stuff in them. There, you know what I mean? Like.
Well, if you take the distance that you can see, if you take the amount of the oil rig, and I'll get into this with you, right? If you're going to take the amount of the oil rig in the second one that you see into account, and you're going to say that because it's you see less, if you take the angular resolution and the change in angular size of the two and compare it, in a perspective of ratios between the two, I would say that it equals out. And you want to assume that they're both the same size, then you could do that, and the amount, like in perspective sense, like if you take the angular size of both of them.
What's the angular size?
Hold on.
Angular size is the size that it reduces at a distance. It's the size of it.
Yeah, well, let me do it. And you were about to explain it. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, let's assume they're both exactly the same.
Would you agree that things get
and one is further away. The other one's going to look. The one that's further away is going to look smaller.
So
than the one that is closer.
In proportion to the size of the oil rig.
If you deny that, then you're just denying reality.
I'm not denying that. I'm saying that there's a difference that is higher than your angular size.
Higher? I'm not talking about high. I'm talking about.
I'm talking about greater.
When you have two objects that are exact same size,
and you put it different, I know what it. Then the size of this, like the angular size difference, is greater. Like it looks greater than it should be. Just the angular size.
I got the sizes.
What are the sizes?
So platform Hill House apparently is 98 feet, and which is 29.8 meters. And platform Habitat is 90 feet, which is about 27 meters. So they are relatively the same size, but your point is still garbage.
Wait, what's the other one? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
so seriously, the second one is 8 feet smaller than the first one. Okay, that's interesting to know, because that actually hurts them even worse.
Yeah, it's just
what? No, because then
you're not even talking about the same thing we're talking about.
Well, he's diverting from the actual argument because it's a devastating one, and he's not equipped to deal with like the implications of it.
Which you guys have been asking me questions this entire time, and I've answered as honestly that I can answer.
Well, you avoided the horizon.
I haven't. I told you it was in the middle bit, and I answered that, and you guys said no because you're changing up.
Right,
but I've
cool.
said
Maybe it's because you're ignorant. Maybe it's because you're ignorant.
What I'm trying to say is that this entire time you guys have been giving me stuff. Now it's my time to give you stuff.
Oh, what do you have?
You can explain it.
You have stuff that proves the globe theory.
Well, really, we were just talking, and Mitty asked you a question, and asked you if where they claim the geometric horizon should be, and the Earth should start curving. Should we be able to see a horizon beyond that? And you agreed that we shouldn't be able to. And so we share with you a photo and a demonstration where at 1 foot observer height it is further than that. It's 10 times further than that at minimum, conservatively, right? And so it's not like we're just giving you stuff, and we were having a conversation, and we just, after asking you the question, we just revealed to you a demonstration where, the thing that you agreed that couldn't happen if it were a sphere has happened.
Yeah,
over and over.
And let me summarize.
The thing is that what I said beforehand as well was that if there was a ship in the background that was
hold on before you start
proving what I said before the ship being the oil rig, and the horizon you can see is below the oil rig before you get to the oil rigs, and then
it's not though. We just proved to you that the horizon is not before the oil rigs.
That's what I said before with the ship. I don't know what I said because I'm not going to say anything different, and that's what I said at the start here.
No, anyway,
I think personally that the horizon is before the two things.
I don't care what you think. We're showing you.
What I think, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Trooper Rails. You can listen all you want, but I'm just going to keep talking. So the difference between the two oil rigs is that that's behind the horizon, but because they're taller than what your horizon is, you can still see them. So in this scenario, your horizon will be before the oil rigs, but because the oil rigs are then taller than your horizon, you can still see them. That's what I said from the start, and that's what I'm still saying.
Oh wait, but that was so you're ignoring the initial question that we asked. Where is the horizon in that
and I've
photo?
Said the same thing this entire time. I've said the exact same
thing.
Hold on.
Between the two.
You said it. He just now said again that the horizon is before the oil rigs, when it's obviously everybody that looks at this photograph says the horizon is behind the oil rigs.
Okay.
Why are you claiming that it's before the oil rigs?
I've already explained myself many times. You don't have to listen.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's what I mean. You can make shit up all you want, but
you're sending me photographs. You're sending. So, what about actual photos from space of the Earth? What do you think of those?
Hold on just a second. You see what we've given you and what we've discussed. We've discussed something with you that you can actually go verify. So, why are you discussing something that we can't? That's not falsifiable. That we can't go verify.
I'm just asking.
Because I don't believe.
Hey, how about you send us your favorite photograph of Earth from space? It has to be a photo. It has to be a photograph.
It would
like one picture of Earth from space.
Show
us one.
Search up the blue dot. That's probably my favorite one. You can't actually see the whole Earth and stuff like that, but pretty much what it is on one of Horizon. No, it wasn't Horizon. What were the first ones called? Voyager. On the Voyager spacecraft.
No, you said what about photographs of Earth from space? I want you to send me your favorite photograph of Earth from space. One photograph, single picture of Earth from space. Show it to me.
All right, I'll find it. Blue dot. Voyager.
I might have one.
It's the blue dot Voyager. That's what it is. And pretty much when the Voyager went out of the solar system or very close to it, it turned its camera and took a photo of Earth. And it's a little pale blue dot. That's what it is. That's
One
probably my favorite
for
photo.
you, Minnie.
No.
I've got some photos from space. It's actually video. I'll post it. It's even in infrared.
Oh, I actually got a picture of me in space. I was playing guitar.
Here you go. I got one. I got one of me. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's on my phone somewhere.
Yeah, I like that.
But now you guys are avoiding the question.
There is no question. There's no photographs of Earth from space. You're just retarded, man. This is dumb. You could search for what? Photographs of Earth from space?
This entire time I have listened to you guys and I have
But you're
given my
asking
reasons
us what we
for it.
think about something that you haven't given us one yet.
Hey, we're giving you the opportunity to show us.
I don't have permission to send photos to this because they took perms away from me before.
No.
Because this guy, the lead admin, didn't like me because of our chat yesterday.
All right. Well, I posted something. I don't know what that is, but it looks.
That's the ISS
Hey,
spacecraft.
you can message me. You can DM me your favorite photograph of Earth from space.
I got a good one. This one is cool. Check this out.
And I'll post it in there. It's a good one, like Mitty. And I have a picture
here's
of
a picture from space.
I'm an astronaut.
Oops. Wait, that's from a pool. My bad. Wrong photo.
You forgot to add the CGI, Mickey.
Oh, damn. Messed that one up. Whoops. I love that.
There you go. Skeptic, check that.
All right, I'll check.
And then we'll also do Earth from.
If you
let me copy this and I'll send it.
And we'll also do this one here because this one I like because this is from an actual, spacecraft where humans are on the moon.
Right,
so I like this
now
one.
I'm about to post this. You're gonna have to tell me where it comes from.
Okay, there you go. Check the second one. I like the second one more, to be honest. If you want to do the first one for me instead, thanks.
I'll do the first one.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll explain the second one because I'm not sure where the first one is from, but I can explain where the second one's from. So probably just a photo of, you know what I mean.
That one is great when he fades out into the matrix. Oh, that's the one where you see the
Here's the
harness.
Here's the first one.
Yeah, they're not lying to us.
That's the first one that Pink sent me. Here comes.
Oh wait, Helio, wrong. Hold on just a minute. I thought the Earth was an oblate spheroid. I think you got the wrong one because that's a perfect circle.
No, I'm just telling you what Pink sent me. I told him he just sent it to me, and then
okay.
So he's going to explain this.
Hold on a second.
Second
Can
one's
you
coming.
give me the second one? Because I don't know where this photo is from, and I can't really explain.
I'll tell you where it's from. That's the work of Richard Simmons. That's the famous blue marble from 2000. Was it 16? No. It was like earlier than that, 2007 maybe. It was like when the iPhones started coming out, and that was the default image in the iPhones. And there's a whole. What was his name?
Robert Simmons.
It's not Simmons. It's Simon without the S.
Simon, whatever.
Right. Have you heard of him?
No.
Okay, well, go ahead, Mickey. Tell him about Robert Simmons.
Oh yeah. He was the artist that made that image, and there's a whole interview about him. And basically, he took flat images of the Earth and he transposed them onto a sphere to make them look the way people would expect the Earth to look. He says all that stuff in his interview. It's really interesting.
Yeah, I posted it right there.
I have the second photo sent, please. The one that I tried to get.
Yeah, give me a sec.
The most famous quote that he's said that flat earthers like to repeat is he said, "Oh well, yeah, it's Photoshop because it has to be."
Jeez.
So here we go.
Why does it have to be?
Go with.
Hold on, just wait for this other one to get sent.
Yeah, I know that. I'm trying to find. Why is it?
Just save it. What I sent you. Just save it.
I know I did already.
Just do save image and then send it.
I know how to use a PC. I just don't know why it's not.
Right click the photo and press save image. And then go to the other one and then press
You
paste.
think I don't know how to use the damn PC? I already did that. Now, I don't know why the first one worked.
Alright, well, while he takes 5 years to send a photo, what I want to say is that what do you guys think of other planets then?
Other planet? What's a planet?
Oh wait, hey, let me grab something, and I want to ask you if these are what you're talking about. Just 1 second. And yeah, it's not going to take 5 years, but it could take a minute.
So you guys have said we can't see Earth from space, right? So you're saying, can we please?
No, that's not.
No,
you said not what any of us said.
No, what you said is that we can't see Earth from space. So, like, we as a person can't, because we've given you stuff that you can repeat. So I'm giving you something that you can repeat, right? And what I'm trying to say is, get a telescope, and you can look through the telescope and find Mars. You can find the Moon. You can find Jupiter. You can find Saturn. You can find every other planet in the solar system.
All right, Piggy, I just posted
yeah,
your...
Sorry, thank you.
All right.
So this photo here is from the ISS, the International Space Station, looking over the planet. I'm not sure when it was.
I don't believe in planets.
Wait, I thought you had more information about the second picture than you did about the first one. So
yeah, so this one's taken from the ISS. It's on an astronaut run when they're probably repairing stuff from space debris or
probably maybe
things. It's just they're on a spacewalk. That's what I'm trying to say. And you can clearly see the curvature of the Earth, and you can also see the spacecraft that they're on. So what do you have to say about this photo? Do you think it's fake?
Okay, where did they take it from?
ISS, International Space Station.
Where is it at?
It's in orbit around about 300 k's up. You can actually see the ISS from Australia, and you can see it from America as well. So if you follow it, there's a thing called Star. Hold on, I have it on my phone. It's called Sky. It's called Skyview, and you can see all the planets and all the stars and stuff, and you can see satellites, and it has the ISS on it. So as the ISS orbits the planet every 5 hours or 4 hours, I'm pretty sure, you can actually see the ISS as it goes around, because it's like a little blinking light, because it reflects the light from the sun, and you can see it while it orbits. It's pretty cool, actually.
Oh wait, so it doesn't have lights on it. You can see it reflecting sunlight.
So it's reflecting sunlight, yeah. It's like the moon.
Okay.
So the moon's surface, from like years of rough cosmic rays and a lot of solar wind and everything like that.
When did they build this ISS?
Build what ISS?
Yeah.
It took time. They built it when they were doing the space shuttle. They did 160 something launches, I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head. And it cost them a lot of money to do.
Didn't they work in collaboration with Russia as well?
Yeah, that's why it's called the International Space Station. So it's Russia. Hold on, I'm gonna get it up.
Yeah, the ESA, the JAXA, NASA. It's been up allegedly for 20 years now, I believe.
Do you have any footage of them actually building this thing?
Yeah, I can get it for you.
Yeah, please do. I can't find any. I've been looking for years.
A lot of that stuff that I posted for you. A lot of that stuff that I posted for you there is supposed to be allegedly from the ISS. It's from within the ISS. Do you not see the trickery that they're using? Are you denying the trickery that they're using?
Yeah, there you go. That's a video. That's one of the little bits.
That's a video of them building the International Space Station.
So this is like slowly, that this is in 1998. So the camera quality is not that good, of course, because back then cameras were ass. But yeah, that was in 1998. And what was the question you were saying? Truth prevails?
Well, I just wanted to. Can I just say something real quick? Like, just to give you our perspective. Like, yes, you can see the ISS. There is something up there. You can see what we call planets with a telescope, with a good camera. The thing is, we're saying that we can't verify what they're telling us it is. So we notice that when you see these videos from on the ISS, it looks like it's being filmed in like a studio. So they could be lying about what that thing we're actually seeing is. That could be maybe some kind of projection, drone, hologram, whatever. But there's definitely something visually there. But as far as like how big it is, how far it is, are there people in it? Are they floating around in monkey suits playing guitar and growing lettuce or whatever they're saying they do there? That's where we don't believe in that part.
So what you can do, right, is with the telescope, not just for planets, but you can also find the ISS with the telescope.
Right.
It's going to be a little bit more expensive because you can find an auto tracker and you have to attach it.
No, but that's my point. I get that.
You can follow the ISS. So that's your verification that the ISS actually exists, and then everything else kind of can just fall into place, to be honest. Why would they be up there?
That's my whole point. Yeah, go ahead, Exo. Like, I mean, I feel like you're not getting my point. I'm saying, like, just because you can see it doesn't mean that it's what they tell you it is.
Yeah, and I think we're losing patience. So
I don't think he will get our point. I mean,
no, I am getting your point, but your point is also contradicting itself because you're saying because you can see the horizon, it doesn't mean that you don't. You know what I mean? Like it all relates back to each other.
Well, we already proved that you don't even know what the horizon is, so it doesn't.
That's a good example. Just because we see the horizon doesn't mean it's an actual place we can go to. It's not an actual physical thing. It's actually an optical phenomenon, which is our argument. That is our. So
no, because you say like
that's a good example. Thank you.
You can see the ISS. And you can,
and you can see the horizon.
Well, that's because it's very close. But real quick, the video that he posted about building the ISS shows zero building whatsoever.
I know. I'm watching it now. It's just
at all. There's
ridiculous.
No building of the ISS. There's a reason they can't show you that because it's not real. It's in a studio or it's in an.
They show you building it. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
No, you don't even. No, the video that you posted shows that you don't.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, there's
skip
no
to 50 seconds. You have
okay.
Have you ever
built anything?
The space shuttle.
Have you ever built anything, Pink?
Yes, of course I've built stuff.
Well, what have you built?
I built taser gloves. I built a taser bag. I've built like Lego and stuff like that. Of course,
Legos. Okay, fair. Yep, that sounds about right.
I've put speakers back together. I've fixed my phone a couple times. I built my PC. I built a lot of stuff around me.
So the point is, there's not even the point that Helio made. There's not even video of anybody building it because that's the point.
Because they build
now you're
it
gonna
differently.
Change your story. Now you're going to change your story.
I'm not changing my story.
That's the point. It doesn't exist. Why can't we just move on? It doesn't exist. That's okay.
No, because then you say it doesn't exist, then you mute your mic, and then you ignore my comeback to it, and then you say it doesn't exist.
You don't have a comeback.
I do have a comeback, but you won't let me speak.
You showed nothing. You have nothing to show.
Skip to 50 seconds. Skip to 40 seconds, right? You see how at 58 seconds they attached the new part, the new segment into the space?
That's not building anything. This thing already exists. That's the point. It's already there.
Dude, I'm watching
that's building the space station.
No, it's not.
And then you bring the parts up.
It's not proof of anything. This is their propaganda film that they put out to pretend that they're building a space station.
Why? Why? Tell me why then.
Ask your mom.
Why would Elon Musk waste all this money? Right.
Elon Musk gets freaking federal money, man. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? How is stealing millions of dollars wasting money? That's the point. They're not using it.
They are using it to get to space.
And he even knows it looks fake.
Sorry, it's a lie. It's a fake cartoon.
It's not because you just say it's fake, but you don't.
The whole
thing's
a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax.
Well, we don't just say it's fake. We used to believe it too. So don't feel bad, bro. I mean, we used to believe it was real, bro. So anyway,
feel bad. No, genuinely, I feel bad for you when you get
okay. You can feel bad for us as much as you want to, but
so basically, what's going to happen, right? Eventually, is that Elon Musk is going to open up space travel to the world.
People have been saying that for 60 years. We've been hearing that since the 70s. Yes, you people that believe in television, cartoons. Yes, people
believe in television.
Yes,
really. I live on TV. I don't watch TV. I'm not a fucking.
That's where you learn these things because you don't want. I know. I hear it all the time. I know, Pete. You're an expert on space, and you've never seen it on TV.
No, I read books.
I actually read books,
Right.
and I do
The
physics at
problem
school,
is,
and I
Pink,
do
there
astronomy, and I
isn't
do a lot
even
of
a
stuff at
claim.
school.
I
yeah.
understand. The problem is for you. You don't even have a claim to when curvature starts to be visible, such as if I put a rocket up, how high does the rocket go when it to begin to see curvature? NASA doesn't even have a claim because they would have to stick to that story. That's why none of the rockets show footage that is consistent. Nothing's consistent. There isn't
How
even a
about
claim.
you watch Falcon 9 launches because they
That's the
record
point.
the
You don't have a
entire
claim.
thing.
I know. We're
No, I do
looking for
have
a claim. When does the
watch-
Falcon launch show anything that I'm describing? It doesn't. That's the point. We're
I'll
asking.
show
What I'm
you
asking
one.
you for, I know that's the point. Just like you showed us the building the ISS, right? You're going to show me. The point is, you don't even have a claim. Look up how high do I have to go to see the Earth curvature.
Have you ever
Find out
seen a
what NASA
rocket
says.
launch? Have you
That's
ever
my
actually seen a
point.
look?
You don't have. You're
Have you
still
seen one?
hiding. You're hiding from the question. How high do I
because
have to go? I've
high
seen
do you have to
dozens of
go? All right,
rocket
let's
launches. Listen,
do it.
I've worked for the.
One
Pink, you got to
space
relax.
30.
You're way out of your league right now. My grandfather worked for
I
Lockheed Martin.
highly doubt it. I highly doubt I'm out of my
Princess,
league right now.
yes, you are way out of your league.
I
I've worked for
highly
these
doubt
people
that.
before. Yes,
Fam,
I've worked for these
I'm
people
talking
before.
to a flat
and you
earther.
have
He's talking
no
to me that I'm out
idea
of my
what you're
league.
talking
Don't kid
about.
yourself,
That's
chap.
why you
Don't
don't
kid
even have a
yourself.
claim. That's the point. You don't even have a
But
claim.
I do have a claim,
That's why
but you
I'm
won't let
still
me say
waiting
it.
here. How high do I have to go to see the Earth curvature begin? How high? You still can't answer. That's the point.
Dude,
You'll never
he
be able
doesn't.
to answer.
Yeah, Exo.
You'll
Man, he
never
doesn't
be
even
able to
know what a
answer.
horizon is. So
Of
I
course
mean,
he
where are we
doesn't, because
where are
in
we going to go
cartoon
with
fairy
this?
tale world, you can't know anything, and that's what happens when you believe in evolution, which is the real heart of the matter here. When you believe in
mate, there we
evolution,
go.
any
Back to
sort of
evolution and
magical
God.
cartoon is
So do you believe
possible
in God?
as long
Wait,
as
so
it
do you-
aligns
hold on,
with
do you
what
believe in God?
evolution
Do you believe in God?
teaches. That's the whole point.
Do you believe in God?
That's the point. We're still, see, we're still waiting for
are
your
you?
claim,
Are you
Pink.
not?
See, we're
Because
still
no,
waiting.
no,
Pink.
you're
We're still
ignoring
waiting.
us. Are
You
you?
know,
Yes or no?
you're scared to death. You're scared to death. Now it's been
So
3
here's-
minutes, and you're never
Please
going
tell
to
me.
tell me how high I have to
you please
go
tell me?
to see the
Here's
Earth curve.
some
That's what
rocket
all atheists do. Atheists are scared to death when you get them in a
So
corner,
atheist.
and they'll
So you
never
are.
answer.
Okay,
anything
well,
that has to
well,
do with
here's
No, no,
the
here's
hold on,
some
no,
rocket
hold on,
launches.
hold on. Exo, you talk about imaginary
you believe in
cartoons,
God
right?
is my answer. Thanks.
You
That's
talk
my
about you talk about imaginary cartoons, but yet you're the one believing in an imaginary being that doesn't actually exist. So you're talking to me about I'm not out of my
Yes,
league.
and you're
when
admitting
the
you
one
have
that's
no
not.
claim for Earth curvature, so you concede
I am.
again that you can't. It's been
What
5
I'm
minutes
actually gonna
now,
do, right,
and you
is I'm
don't
gonna do
even
the
have a
math for you.
claim. I'm sorry,
gonna do the math
Princess,
for
you
you,
don't
okay?
even have a claim, let alone math. How high do we have to go?
How about you tell me?
begin to see the
How about you tell me
curvature?
how much?
And you'll,
How about
that's
you
the
tell
point.
me?
My claim is you'll never answer. That's my point.
No,
You'll
I will
never
answer. How about you
You
tell
will
me?
never answer.
Well,
ever.
How
ever,
about you
ever.
tell me?
Hey,
cannot
I mean
answer.
that.
That's
Wait,
the point.
hold
You
on,
can't.
hold on.
You can't.
That,
that's
that's
the
a good question. I mean, let's resolve this. How high do you have to go? Because I think Pink, the first time when you first came in, you said that I don't know if it was you or someone else. Someone said, "Hey, what about people that attach cameras to balloons? When you go up high in the air, you can see the Earth curvature." It's like, man, take a look at the cameras. And they're fisheye lenses, and they were like, okay. And I don't know if it was you or someone else, but they pretty much left. I don't think it was Pink. They left pretty much fast after that.
It's the same. Let me elaborate on that, Helio. It's the same problem because the people launching these balloons always show a flat Earth unless they have a fisheye lens. That's why they can't give you a claim, because sometimes it shows it at 3 feet off the ground. Sometimes
it's just like if you watch the camera.
Sometimes it shows it at 100,000 feet. So
if you watch it from the beginning, it was curved. It was curved as soon as the balloon was launched.
Exactly. That's why he'll never be able to tell us when we can begin to see it. The answer does not exist, and there's actually multiple different sources that contradict each other when looking for it. That's why I love this topic, and I never leave it.
Here, ready?
Mitty, I don't know what. Hang on, Mitty. For the past week or two, I've been having issues with my patients, so I can't properly judge with my own, testing of my own patients lately. So I'm asking you now, what do you think? Do you still feel that this guy's got some hope? Do you still have faith, or not faith, but do you still have hopes that?
Mate, I don't want your hope. It's okay. I'm going to
no.
be set for life.
I'm
It's
asking
okay,
Miggy. This is between me and I.
I don't know. He sounds like a nice guy, but I don't know.
He's a nice guy, but he's very disingenuous, and so.
But just realize again,
really...
but before we start letting them hide from the topic, realize they can't answer this basic question, Helio, that we've restated 1,000 times. They don't even have an attempt to answer it, and that's why he's looking right now, because he doesn't have an answer.
No, I have an answer, but I'm going to say it. Then you're going to cry about it.
You don't have an answer. You don't have an answer.
35,000 feet. That's the answer.
Nope, that's not true. Sorry, that's not what NASA says.
That's what I
just
thought.
proved my
I say
point.
it, and then you
exactly.
just cry.
What's your citation? Yeah,
That's
and
what
your
Google,
citation
that's
isn't
why I
NASA.
said,
What's your citation?
I said let me do the calculation.
Yeah, you had to look for it because you don't know, and your first source was wrong.
Wait.
And where's your source?
Wait. Hold on. Here's why I'm saying he's disingenuous. He said, "Hold on, give me a chance to do the calculation."
Yeah, let me do it.
All right. So,
Up
and then you
non-claim.
now you just said 75,000 feet, right?
No, I haven't said anything.
Hold on.
35. That's what Google said.
Millions of photos are. I have hours of.
So
footage from
you
40,000
Googled it,
feet.
but you didn't do the
Bad
calculation.
news.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
He
I mean,
Googled it exactly, which is
That's what
the
I'm
wrong answer. That's the wrong answer.
Yeah,
that's why
that's
you
the
got
wrong
from
answer.
Google and not NASA.
yeah, he's like, let me Google it real quick.
Amazing how I
Would
know
you
you
be
didn't get this
surprised?
from NASA.
Would you be surprised to know that the logo for the Universal Studios depicts exactly the same image that they give us for the Earth, and they formulated that logo in 1926, way before the alleged moon landing. So how did they know that's what they were going to tell us the Earth looked like?
As about around 60,000 feet is when you can see the Earth's curvature.
Oh, see, first it was 35, now it's 60. You're doing the work for me. Thank you, Pink. Yeah, both are incorrect. Thank you.
No,
you want to
I
find a
just
third
searched
one?
up-
Okay, so you're doing. Did you say you were doing calculations to figure this out?
I love it. Now he's doubled the height.
And then, No, I searched up on
double
Google,
it again.
and then what I did is I said photos from
It's
60,000 feet.
120,000 feet, actually. Yeah,
Search up-
that's what I
no,
meant.
actually, search up photos from 60,000 feet from the Concorde, and tell me that I'm wrong.
Yeah, it shows flat.
Tell me
That's
that
why
I'm
there
fake.
were people complaining
No,
on
it
the
doesn't. It
Concorde saying,
shows a
where's
curve.
the curvature? Yeah, that's why all footage shows it flat. That's why you don't even have
Are
a
you
claim.
joking?
All
My
you
guy's
need is
tripping
one
balls.
video
Oh my
showing
God.
us where the curvature starts, which you do not have. That's the point.
Okay, you know what? I will. I know a guy that does, because he jumped from the stratosphere, Red Bull stratosphere.
Yeah, the flat, flat Earth Red Bull jump. Yeah.
Wait, you know Felix?
Black Swan in there.
Yeah, he knows Felix personally. Yeah.
There's a black
Yeah,
swan in there
Felix-
because
yeah. First it was 35, then it was 60, now it's 120. Man, I'm liking this. Nobody predicted that.
I never said 120. I'm sticking with 60, but you can cry as all you want,
that's
right?
not what your first guess was. Your first guess was 35. You refused to show us the citation, and now you have a new claim without a citation as well.
are you getting that from a calculation you're doing yourself? Because you know they claim that you have to be above 120,000 in order to even see any curvature. That's what they're claiming. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. He said anything below that, he said that shit looks flat.
And we'll find out he's wrong too very soon.
He said what, 120?
How can you see the curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball? That stuff is flat.
Though there's no claim.
What?
There is no claim. That's the point.
I just sent a video. Check out that video then, champ.
Yeah. So
Let's see
you
the
just contradicted yourself. So did you lie or were you confused when you said 35,000 feet?
The video.
So did you lie or were you confused when you said 35,000 feet? So you were lying
I
or
searched
you were
it up on
confused?
Google. I searched
Google.
it up
I
on
know
Google.
you're doing. I know you're googling
That's what I
searching.
said.
So you first said 35,000 feet. So you were
And
confused.
then I searched up photos. And then
So they gave you incorrect information. So you admit that they were wrong.
Yeah, Google can be wrong sometimes. Yeah, did you know that?
Excellent. So that admits that you admit that you were wrong. So you just found out because of flat earthers teaching you your own religious belief. That's amazing.
My religious belief. How does my religion have
Yeah, you don't even have a belief. You just came up. You just found it. You didn't even know. That's the point. You didn't even know what the answer was, and you still don't know.
No, I feel like eventually, after a couple of years and stuff like that,
Yeah,
every
I know.
single
Same
retard
thing
in
you've been
this
saying
call,
for 50 years. I know
in this
people,
thing.
atheists have been saying the same thing forever. Yep.
It doesn't even matter about if I'm an atheist
You still
or
don't have
not.
evidence.
Honestly,
so you concede you have no evidence. So still no claim.
So basically, right,
What's your new
eventually,
citation?
because what Elon
So we're
Musk
hiding
wants to
from the
do,
topic
right, is he
now?
wants to do.
Okay, so you're
he
still
wants
hiding
to do
from the
space.
topic. So
He
you still
wants
have
to do
no
space
claim.
launches
Okay, so you're
to get
desperately
faster.
hiding from the topic.
So you just keep talking over me,
So
and I'm about
I
to meet
know
you.
we're
Just
looking
here,
for
right?
an answer. Do you have an answer yet?
Okay, so basically,
Do you
what
have
I'm
an
trying to
answer
say
yet,
is
Pink?
that with
So
SpaceX
no
wants
answer
to do
still?
something that
Notice
can
10 minutes
actually
ago I said
launch
you wouldn't be able to
their
answer the
Starship
question, and we
rocket
still don't
from
have
one
an
side of the
answer.
planet to the other.
Yeah, that's the point.
And
No
by
answer.
doing this, you
Yeah, so
can
now we're
cut
back to
down travel
cartoons,
times by
right.
a lot.
So now,
Eventually,
in
when
the
he
future, I'm
actually
going
does
to
that,
appeal to the
everyone
future. In the
this call will
future,
be
we'll be able
tell
to
that
answer
they're
these
wrong,
things because
and that,
millionaires
yeah.
that work with the
And this
government
guy
with
just
magical
speaks over
space
me.
programs will be able to do it in the future, but they can't do it now. That's a great claim.
I wonder why they can't do it now. Actually, maybe because the technology.
That's amazing,
isn't there
huh?
yet.
Oh, we can't go to the moon. We can't even put a rocket up with a camera. It's 2021, bro. It's
The
amazing.
thing is, we have, but everything we say, you say it's wrong.
No, you won't even show us. Show me the camera.
I
me
did.
when
I sent
Earth
you
starts.
3 videos. Look at the 3
And
videos I sent you.
really? Three. Yeah. First, you said 35,000 feet. So which one is it? Is it
See, then
60,000
you just
for sure?
contradict. There you go. There's 3 videos,
sure?
mate. Check
Are you
every
sure
single
this
one of
time
those
thing?
videos.
Okay, so which one is the most
Check
accurate? Which
every
one's
single
accurate?
one of those. They're all
So
accurate.
they
They're
all show the
SpaceX
same altitude,
launches.
Pink. So every video you've shown me shows the same altitude that it begins to see curvature.
No,
Have
it's
you
just
even
a-
watched
it's
the
just a
video?
rocket
You
launch.
haven't even
Yeah.
watched them yet. How do I know you
They're
haven't
just all
even
rocket
watched them
launches.
yet? Yeah,
Because I've
exactly.
already
You don't
seen
even
them.
have a claim. So at what altitude do the rocket launches begin to show curvature?
You can see it at probably
No
around
answer.
10Ks up.
Thank you. Yep, no answer. That
No
was easy.
answer. I just answered your question.
Yeah,
Probably
you don't
about
have an
10Ks
answer.
up.
I can see it. You don't even have a. Give me the timestamp.
I said
What's the
10Ks up. Timestamp
give me the
is around 30. Yeah, around 30 seconds. And you can start to see the curvature. And then as you go up, and then eventually when you're at 46Ks up, you can see the full curvature of the Earth. So cry all you want. I honestly couldn't care less. This has been an absolute waste of my time, but thank you for the talk. But
Yep,
those
you
are your
just got
3 videos
annihilated.
that
Your
are there.
videos contradicted you. Thank you for proving my point.
I just didn't contradict
Yep,
myself.
you don't even have
but
a
yeah.
claim. 30 seconds in, the rocket hasn't even taken off
But you
yet.
know
So
what?
apparently I
feel
can see
like
the curvature on the
if
ground.
your granddad worked for Lockheed
You still
Martin, I
have
think
no
that
answer.
if he was
Isn't
still
that nice?
alive,
You
he would
said
be extremely
35,000 feet
disappointed with
5
you.
minutes
I think
ago.
he would-
Then you
I
changed your
think he
mind
would
to
be-
60,000 feet. Thank you for
Keep
proving
talking,
that you
keep
don't have
talking
the
over me.
slightest
You know,
clue
you're
what
really
you're
good.
talking
You're
about,
really
bro.
good at arguing by talking over someone. Like it's really good. Like this entire time we've been having a conversation about this, and then you come in all triggered
No,
because
you're
your
just hiding.
granddad
That's
died
the
at
point.
30 because he
you
tried to
hide
kill
from your
himself
own
because he
claim.
thought
You're
that
the
you were a flat
atheist. It's just
earther.
so easy. It's just too
Hang
easy.
on, I wanna
because
say
you're
something
scared to
before I
death,
go.
and You can never give a straight answer. You guys are all the same. You're robots.
No, we
Okay, I want to say something before I go
Say it's
because I'm
wrong.
getting ready to hop out. Pink Piggy, we were having this discussion with you, and we were hoping that we could actually discuss, the subject of the conversation and get to like some real honest conversation, and
Yeah, and we did.
that you were that you would be genuine, but then no one started crying, dude. Just let me. I lost my patience with you when you showed your dishonesty, or when you wouldn't address. Yeah, you kept stepping away from it, and then I had the benefit of the doubt, right? I had the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you didn't realize your own bias, so I was just still going to work with you, and I think Minnie did too, and Leo kind of rode with it, but we've totally lost.
I don't think that
lost
you can
interest.
talk
It's
about
a waste of our
bias
time.
and use it as a
So
thing.
if you want to sit here, if you guys want to sit here, go ahead. Hilo, it's been good. It's been great. Maybe the next
just
time we
talking
try it,
about,
there'll be more people joining in or whatever. And if you have another event, Helio, let me know. I'll be glad to join it. Be glad to.
1v8. GG.
I'm out, and I'll catch you back over on 24/7.
Nice, yeah. 2 billion Globers on the planet of existence. I can't get an answer for when we can see Earth curvature.
See, but the thing is, you can, but you don't like it.
I guess I should have waited to see if anyone responded.
Yeah, your video shows contradictions. You don't even have one video. You just found this 10 minutes ago. You don't even know what you're looking for.
Exactly. I just found it 10 minutes ago, proving your entire theory wrong in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you have no claim. You don't even have a claim.
There's 3 videos there. You know what?
Yeah, and they all contradict each other. Thanks.
They
That was
don't.
easy.
They all don't.
They don't
but
even
you
show
think
what
they
you're
do.
talking about. 30 seconds in, the rocket's still on the ground, bro. You're scared to death.
30 seconds in. I said 30 minutes in.
Oh, 30 minutes in. Okay, great. And the other videos, when can I see curvature start then? And the other videos?
Let me get them.
Exactly. No claim. You didn't look them up. Thanks. That was easy.
Here. There's a video, just in case you don't grab it, I'm going to DM it to you. You should check it out. And this is not stuff that we're putting together that we've done. This is, we're like that video. We didn't even do the video, but that video right there is their own footage and things that they admitted that they were doing. So I would definitely check that out if I were you.
I'm okay, thanks. Anyway, I'm getting bored of this conversation.
Yeah, you don't even want to look at it. It's their own information. See, you're just straight up avoiding
the best
it.
life.
Let's not let this. Let's not.
Eventually, when you guys approve it.
No, I'm the one. I'm the freaking moderator here. Hey, you're gonna have to stop talking when I talk. Hold on.
And 30 minutes in the video, it shows curvature at a different
Can you guys guys hear me?
So when you
Yeah,
go
he's
to
just
space,
talking anyway.
Everyone, hold on. When I talk, everyone else stops talking. This is, hold on. This is my channel. No.
At least you mean.
When I talk, everyone else stops talking.
I did prove you guys wrong. That's the problem.
I don't care if you thought you.
It's pretty funny.
XO, please.
When you guys
First
get
it was
proved wrong in
35,000 feet,
25
then
years,
60,000 feet,
when
now
you guys
7
get proved
kilometers.
I'll just.
That's
You want me to mute everyone?
Showing me that the Earth
You can
is
mute
the size
everyone.
No.
I've already muted it. So
Jesus
it's pissing me
Christ.
off and he's just annoying. So.
I don't give
but
a
when you
crap.
guys do
Hey,
get-
this is
when
my
you- when you
freaking
guys
live
do
stream.
get
I can
proven wrong-
talk when I want to talk. Can you hear me talking?
No.
Yeah, I
pretty
can
much
hear
when
you.
you
Really,
get
just
proven
keep
wrong
talking.
and
He's just
everything
going to
like
interrupt
that,
you.
all
Yeah,
good.
he's just a
Have a
zealot.
good life.
He's just
Enjoy
an
it.
atheist.
But
He's
when you
scared to
guys get
death of
proven
reality.
wrong, just
Everything's
know
way
that-
too easy. Thank you, atheists, for hiding
All
from
right.
your own
Well,
religion.
XO, now stop talking. I got rid of him. All right.
This entire time. So just have
Now
a
you
good
can
life.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you're an atheist.
jump right
You're scared to
in.
death. Just let
Okay,
me know
hey,
when you find an atheist that's not scared to death
XO,
of
don't
their
talk
own
when he
faith.
comes back
You just
in.
keep showing back up.
Do
Let me
not.
know when you find an atheist.
Do
that's
not.
entire theory wrong
I just want to
in the
meet
matter
one
of
atheist that can
35
answer
minutes. Just
anything.
remember that when you guys
First
get
you said
proven wrong later in life.
35,000 feet.
So,
then you
XO,
said
you're going to
6,000 feet,
disrespect
and
me,
now
my
we're at
fucking
7
live stream?
kilometers. We can see
XO,
Earth
you're going
coverage.
to
You have 3
disrespect
different
me?
answers, retard. Thanks.
You're going to disrespect me, XO?
No, you were yelling over each other.
No, I was trying to tell you everyone to shut up. Anyway. So I guess I don't know if there's any reason to continue the live stream.
No, I don't think there is.
So anyway, thanks for everyone for showing up, and hopefully we'll have a more beneficial talk in this server in the future. I think we could, but I don't know what was up with that guy. But I've talked to several members in here, and we can have a really good conversation in here, I think. But other than that, I don't see why we shouldn't just end the show. But this tonight didn't necessarily go the way I thought it would go, but I still thought it was fun. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I still have fun hanging out with you guys. We tried.
Yeah, sorry to get into that kind of conversation, but the guy was literally just running for his life. First he said 35, then he said 60. Then the timestamp that he gave showed it at 22,000 feet. And that's all I try to prove is that these guys are just going to contradict themselves every time this happens.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course. I mean, that's why I allow this to happen on my channel, is so that they can expose themselves for their ignorance, and that's okay. And that's what I think we all, we're not necessarily trying to make fools out of them, but we don't have to. They make fools out of themselves.
Correct. It always happens. Yeah.
It's okay. So, hey, thanks everyone for showing up tonight.
Snoweyes, are you in here? If you got any questions, I don't know if Helio wants to go on or not. Anyway,
No,
so.
I'll continue if we can have somebody that's reasonable to talk to.
Oh, he's unmuted.
Snoweyes, and do you have any questions or discussions regarding the Earth that you'd like to have with us? Yeah, I guess not.
Anyway, well, let's try this again on this server. I'll talk with the admin and stuff, and we'll try it again and see if we can get a better thing going on. I mean, the people that I was talking to didn't show up tonight, so I don't know what to do with that. Maybe they thought I wasn't going to show up or something. But if I say I'm gonna
to some of them.
Yeah, if I say I'm gonna show up and we're gonna do a live stream, I'm gonna freaking do it, But anyway, I appreciate you guys.
Cool.
And hey, by the way, anyone listening, we're gonna go back to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we're gonna be there 24 hours a day like we always are. And we have been for over 2 years now. Did you want to talk to Snow? Oh, we can't. I don't know if Snowy Eyes wants to talk.
Snowy unmuted, but then I don't know if he said anything.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, I thought they were going to talk.
But anyway, hey, if anyone here is near Northwest Arkansas, I'm having a meetup next weekend. Physical meetup with flat earthers.
I think it's important that people pay attention, though, to the. Go ahead with your. You was right in the middle of it, Helio. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, it's Jose's Bar and Grill, Springdale, Arkansas. Saturday, July 10th, 7 p.m. Go ahead.
No, I just think it's important, especially now that people pay attention to the lies that they're propagating, and the Earth-related lies, them saying it's spherical and that space is real and that it exists. And they're making all these trips to Mars and all this bullcrap that they're telling us. I think it's important that people wake up and pay attention to it, because they're getting ready to pull off the second next to the top biggest deception, because of course the Earth being spherical is the biggest deception in my opinion, but they're getting ready to pull off the second largest deception, which is going to be, some fake alien invasion, and they're going to try to and from the predictive programming that I've seen in the new movies lately, because I have looked into a few of them, and I watch them just to catch the predictive program, and they're really alluding to this idea that aliens seeded this planet.
Yeah, so, I mean, most of the fiction they put out now is post-apocalyptic, right? So are what are we going to expect? And it's not just. And of course, they put out other types of dramas and everything, but like a lot of the mainstream films have to do with some type of post-apocalyptic event, and you're going to, you're gonna have to raid grocery stores and shit, and you're gonna have to shoot each other and kill each other for, to survive and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know, it's kind of weird. I mean, that kind of makes me think that maybe we should be looking forward to something like that. Or if you watch like District 9, right? Have you ever seen that movie, District 9?
I've heard of it. I haven't checked it out
Yeah,
yet.
it's like these aliens come down, and the aliens are actually like they're the ones that are oppressed, right? So then they they have an uprising. I don't know. It's weird. There's all kinds of stuff going with the propaganda.
Yeah, and with the genetic modification that they're doing on the foods and everything, and this, COVID stuff that they're pushing, all that, and the genetic modification that they're trying to do to all of us through those means. I'm not going to talk about those means, right? Because it's going on your YouTube channel. Right. But through the Fauci ouchie, the genetic modification that could happen there. And then with all their experimentation, they remind me of a mad scientist, trying, like doing the Frankenstein bit or whatever. And if they could ever pull something like that off, where they, it would be very easy right now at this point, with as brainwashed as everyone is and programmed as they are to cause some kind of either issue with the body, and then have these fake aliens to come and have the answer or the cure, because they, created us, is what they're going to tell us, right? They created us, and that they know where we have messed up our own bodies and they need to repair us, or just have some kind of modification going on to where they can say that, to try to change us to where it's something to that effect.
It's hard to say exactly what they plan on doing with all of this, but I just recommend, just continue to live as a human, I guess, being. Just be a human, a created human. And when people like Exo was in here before we started the live stream, they were talking about evolution, and it's people think there's a large portion of the population that thinks that we came from nothing, which is completely ridiculous. I've never thought that, and from hearing your testimony, Truth Prevails. I don't think you think that as well, and a lot of other people here too as well. So we should just we're going to have to endure and have faith and hope that there are people that don't buy into the nonsense that they've been trying to sell us. So that's where I stand. What to do with it and how to fight against it, I think that's going to be up to the individual. I mean,
Do you remember?
Go ahead.
Do you remember what that? Did you hear QE read that thing off that he posted? QE posted something that I had never heard before. I couldn't believe. I couldn't believe that they actually said this either. But I'm trying to find it. I know that they pinned it. It would be awesome. Like, it would be a perfect thing right now to just read off to close this out. Where they talked about how I can't find it. Daggone it. Never mind. I wished I'd found it first and then mentioned it, but I wanted it. I would have liked to have closed it out with that. That would have been perfect too. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Unless I've got it saved up here. Hang on a second. Maybe I'll find it right quick. It's where they admitted. It's where they admitted to programming. Everyone's the methods and talked about the methods that they take and use to program people. Like when they teach them. Fuck. Never mind. Just go ahead.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and close this out. I want to thank Unfiltered Theological Discourse for hosting the show tonight. Even though none of the admins were here. Oh, but Nick was here for a while.
Oh, I found it.
All right. Go ahead.
I probably wouldn't be the best one to read it, though. Mitty, do you want to read it? If I post it, would you read it?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. The professor admits brainwashing students with propaganda.
Oh, I remember QE talking about.
Oh, okay. Which part should I read? Should I read it's a long thing.
Let's see. I think where it says, every time I teach an introductory modern physics course and look at the student's final exam, a sense of, wait, no, that's not it. Maybe it's the blue part. Yeah, read the blue part. If you scroll down, it's...
Oh, okay. And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge, if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration to evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that support the currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them, again by appealing to undemonstrated counter-evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if students reject what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. Of course, we do all this with the best of intentions and complete sincerity. I have good reasons for employing propaganda techniques to achieve belief. So there you go.
Ooh, dang!
Yeah.
Thanks for posting that, Truth Prevails, and thanks for reading it out, Mitty. That's pretty hardcore right there.
Yeah, I remember reading that a while back. I don't remember where I saw it, but I do remember seeing that. And it's Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of what we believe, and this is a whole topic that we could get into next time, Helio. This is something that, but a lot of our beliefs, are subconscious. So I feel like by brainwashing someone, you're giving them this belief system that's ingrained in them deeper than their conscious level of thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
deeper
and
than their awareness.
even when they're introduced, and at that point, even when they're shown truth, bald-faced truth, right in front of their face, they'll reject it.
Yeah,
because of their programming.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many people will listen to this live stream, but I felt like I thank QE for posting it. I didn't find it. I had never heard it before. So I know you said you'd read it somewhere earlier. You can't remember where, but I had never heard it before. And this, I think, needs to be plastered on every bathroom wall across the U.S. or across the world.
This is one of many, though. They've been saying things like this for years, such as the reason we believe in evolution is because the opposite is unthinkable. Which was a pseudoscientist in the '60s. Then we had Stephen Jay Gould saying punctuated equilibrium, and now you have this guy saying, we have to brainwash our students.
Yeah, and
this is all normal. They've been saying this stuff for 100 years.
Yeah, this comes from let's see, Physics Today, June 2000. This is 21 years ago.
21. Yeah. Yep. And my point, Helio, and Truth Prevails, is every time you show them this, they'll say, no, that's not true. That's just what they were saying.
That's what.
Out of context. That's
what I was getting ready to say. That's the sad part. It's the worst part. Pillbox is when even when they admit it to them and they tell them to their face, look, I am doing this to you. Yep. This is what's going on. It's like they still deny it, and it's like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, it's like they tell you they're doing it, and they still they won't believe it.
That's right.
Insane.
You could find 100 of these things from these evolutionists and space cadets for the last 100 years. There's like literally dozens of them that, the so-called creationists were using for years. And that's why these atheists, you see, they hate those. When you use that word creationist or creation science, which I don't, that's their term, right? They're trying to blanket,
right, yeah.
Are you guys creationists? Are you guys creation science? Because they're so scared to death. And those people use all their evidences against them for the past 30 years. A la Kent Hovind, for an example.
Yeah.
And they just shrivel up, like the guy in chat right now is saying, well, you can tell it's curved because of the way the sun sets. It always disappears from the bottom. It's just the same old excuses.
Well, it's like when you first came in.
Watch. Helio, we give them 1,000 examples. Anytime an object disappears on a flat surface, it disappears from the bottom up. Anytime. You don't even have an option otherwise. And I just asked them, show me one example of something disappearing on a flat surface, going out of view, that's not disappearing from the bottom up. There's not even a claim. So every time anything disappears, it's not about the argument.
Well, it's like when we were talking about the oil rigs and True Prevail, it was you or Mitty came in and said, hey, they're both pretty much the same size. One looks smaller, one looks bigger. It's because one's further away. And he was like, no, they would look the same size if it was flat. Okay, whatever you want to think,
And then Mitty looked it up, and actually one's 8 feet.
Yeah, but they're essentially the same size. Yeah, one looks smaller because it's further away. How hard is that to understand? And he just couldn't understand it. It's just wow.
But anyway, I just thought it'd be good for anyone who does listen to it that doesn't realize they're being brainwashed to hear that.
Yeah,
and if they want to look it up, because maybe you can post the link in your.
Oh yeah, I'll post the link in the YouTube chat. Hold on, let me post that in the YouTube chat. Yeah, this is from 21 years ago. There's a professor admitting that he uses propaganda and brainwashing to influence his students.
Actually, that'd be a good one to post under 24/7 too. I have not bought to start dropping that one. But like I said, it's like sometimes I get discouraged because, especially when things are admitted to to people, and they just like still defend them. They will rationalize it. They'll say, well, what they mean is, they just totally ignore it. So I don't even know if it would do any good for them to read it, but I think there may be a group of them out there, select ones who are
Hey,
actually looking for
like I've
that
always-
maybe when they hear it that they will
Like I've always
understand.
said, and I don't care if you believe me. I'm seeking the seekers, the ones, if you hear me talk and you I mean, don't necessarily look at me. Just hear what I say, and if you're curious, just so I'm seeking the seekers. We're all doing that, seeking the seekers. If you're not seeking, you won't find it. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Right. Well, you gotta want the truth.
But I think those videos. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, I just want to point out, like the last guy's a perfect example of when you catch them in something they didn't realize that we knew about them, they start panicking, and that's why he had to run away. That's not a surprise. There's no mystery behind that. Once he contradicted himself once, that was it. The Hoover Dam was cracking, and it was all, it's just a matter of seconds or minutes, and they have to have this panic attack, just like Alex in chat, panicking right now because he can't back his claim. Once you get them to realize that they don't have a claim, it's over. And that's why I always go back to the basics. I keep it as simple as possible. I don't want to go off into the weeds or the stars or the galaxies where they want to take you, because once they take you there, you're lost. You're literally lost in the space of their imagination, and it never gets you anywhere. So I stay on Earth and I go, just tell me when I can see this globe. That's it. Just kindergarten basics. When can I see the effects of this globe? And it never fails. They literally shoot themselves in the foot every time. He gave one answer, changed his mind 10 seconds later, had a new answer, then had another third answer that was worse than the first one. And it's just too easy.
And it had nothing to do with your first question. Right. And
he was
it's
running.
the same
He
way.
ran away from. I held him down. I said, I'm not talking about anything but my question. Stop. Right. He hid from it for 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, he
And
did
then
the
finally
same
just
thing to
destroyed
me
himself.
a couple times. Yeah. So, yeah.
Right. And then they just destroy themselves. Once you just get them to bite down on their own claim, it's over. Their eyes are bigger than their stomach.
Anyway, I'll stop the stream and we'll we can continue to talk here. I'm going to stop the live stream. Thanks everyone for showing up. Hey, go ahead and if you're part of Discord, go ahead and join the Unfiltered Theological Discussion room. It's not always about flat Earth in here. Most of the time, it's about religion, which is even it can get more controversial. But these guys are pretty cool. I've been here a few times, and they've given me permission to come in here and do some live streams. This is the first one from here this time, and also join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, or 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 channel. And also subscribe to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. That's my other live stream channel. So anyone, if you're curious about these topics, just run on over there, because we're going there 24 hours a day. I'll do specials from here.
California Nightmare showed up to clean up after the party. Are you going to grab, are you going to sweep the floors and wipe the tails down?
What you got? You might not even.
No.
What's going on?
What's up, guys?
You just showed up during my outro.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I just got in here.
Well, hey, did you hear anything that we were talking about earlier?
That's all right. You can catch the next one.
Well, it's recorded. I'm about to stop the live stream, but we can continue to talk. Hold on. So yeah, thanks everyone for showing up. Let me stop.
Sayonara, suckers.
Sayonara.